Daniel, Frog, good to see y'all. Cute face. I'm sure you have a very cute face, Frog. Happy Sunday to you, Daniel. Not sure why I went live. I've been out at my mom's working all day. Hot, 90, too hot, hot, but it's all good. Getting dark. Myself used to the heat before it gets really hot and you're willing to travel. Well, go travel, Frog. I'm fixing to. That's one thing that I have missed a lot. And so every chance I get, I'm hitting the road. I think pretty soon it'll be a lot, a lot more often. So I know this is Memorial Weekend and a lot of solemnness and people remembering. I guess that's why I just wanted to talk to y'all, like, and being in this YouTube thing for 4 or 5 years, whatever it's been. You build relationships, not relationships, friendships. I'm not saying relationships anymore. Any of y'all decide to get in a relationship with anybody on YouTube, if you don't meet them in the first 3 or 4 months, it ain't happening. Just let it go. Moving along. I've seen them work. I've seen a lot of couples get together, get married. They're happy. I am happy for them. It's not for me. So I was talking to a friend last night about where I want to go from here. I don't know. I want to get back to the way it was. To be able to do that, I am having to do a lot of work on me. Some very strong beliefs that I have and values were sort of knocked down, but definitely made fun of. And bullshit. I call bullshit. I'm sticking to it. No, I'm not going to tell you that rest of that story, Frog. But okay, I have a question for y'all. In Minecraft game, because it is all a game, if a 6-foot, this is men or women, doesn't matter, 6-foot, solid built, prettiest blue eyes you ever saw comes to your door and is all friendly and nice and says all the right words and then says, we're going to take you to a safe place. You're No, no, no. Y'all don't listen to it. Hey, Carl. Good to see you. Because they do know all the right words. The people who will be probably the first ones you see if things get crazy know what to say, know how to act, know how to fit in, and I'm telling you, don't fall. Al Bundy, it's good to see you. Exactly. Well, no, I get what you're saying. So, that's very good advice, frogs. Absolutely. I wouldn't say no one. Um, there's people you can tell if they're out there, and there's people that I would meet up with, not at my home, but somewhere, not alone. Business related. Well, and that's it. We meet strangers every day. It's good to know, Carl. There are good people out there. I'm not saying there's not. I'm just saying there's some that might not be as good as you think. So the only person you can truly trust is yourself. The only control you have is over yourself. You don't have any control over your family, kids, grandkids, parents, none of that. And why would you want to? It's why does everybody want to be in control of other people? That's that's the fight. That's what I'm fighting against. Global control. No, thank you. Yeah, but then so people turn to different things when there is some kind of void within them. So I'll ask y'all a question. What makes you content? Narcissists, psychopaths. Absolutely. Good luck with that, dumpling. Spending the day with my mother. Yeah. And she thinks she's just going to take everything with her into a smaller place, and it's not going to happen. I think I've got her talked out of taking the coffee table. This coffee table is like 6 feet long, solid wood, 4 feet wide. If she were to fall on it, that'd be that. I just, that's that's my concern. And so hopefully there's no room for it at the other place. Helping other people is supposed to be what makes us content. Yes. And that's what I was hoping to do here was help with tools and information that I was receiving to share with y'all to see if it helped y'all through whatever issues you could be going through. Not all of us, Frog. Not all of us. There's so many things you can do that it's just little things. Um, I guess I call it paying it forward. Like, um, because of someone that helped me that I can't pay back. If I see someone else in need, I will help them. Like, and it can be just little things. I was at a thrift store. Young lady was trying to buy a swimsuit. Her card wouldn't go through for nothing. And I asked the lady to just stick it on mine. Young lady went out crying. That made me feel bad, but it is what it is. That's what you do. If you see people struggling, we got a lot of that here right now because of the 3 hailstorms within a month. So a lot of tree limbs down, a lot of debris everywhere, a lot of broken glass, just a lot of damage. And so it's people helping each other. And when I see a single father struggling to support his children, hey, Andy, he's the one I'm going to pick to do whatever jobs I need done here. If I see an elderly lady that has all this stuff still happening, cluttering her yard, whatever, I'm going to send somebody over. I can cook. If I can't afford to pay somebody to do what I need done, cooking meals for a week, especially the single men that keep going out to eat every night. That gets expensive. So, yeah, there's ways. There's just ways. Just being kind to someone. Just hugs. Hugs are always amazing. Good. Handshakes. Whatever. No, that's not always true. Single men are single for a reason. Could be said the other way too. If you're gonna get that thought in your head, single women are single for a reason too. Carnal thinking. Hey Bruce, good to see you, Bruce. So I think that a lot of that has to do with so many things. People are single for so many reasons, and it could be widowed, it could be a ton of reasons. I assume you're single, Frog. You count Derpula, good to see you. Single beats miserable. Oh my goodness, I didn't want to get into that. Y'all are just bringing it up. um, both single and you shouldn't be miserable. If you're miserable, then find out what the problem is. It's, I think there's a lack of communication or communication skills. I think that a lot of people misread things. I think that um, some things can be taken out of context, mistaken for something else. I think we got to figure it out. I think we got to pass that knowledge on. And I can see where it changed. When everything was put out on the TV, commercials, shows, songs, what have you. It was, I think it was making sex the center point. And I think that that's where a lot of things changed. But I could be wrong because there were, whatever you call them, where men could go and have their fun and then go home. I don't understand that. I'm a little selfish when it comes to that, and I would not have tolerated that. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is there. I don't have the answers. I don't have the answers. ruined an entire planet. Thank you, frogs. We can agree on that. Devil dog. A song you found for this weekend. Um, I don't know if I can get that. Let me see. Do it on my phone. My phone is so crapping out. They're probably gonna make me get a new number and everything. Where am I at? No, not there. Well, I don't know how y'all find me on YouTube when I can't even find me. I don't know how y'all find me on YouTube. Most men couldn't afford to marry women. Yes, that's what you would call it, I guess, a burlesque house. Bordello, whatever the name of it was. I never frequented one, so I have no idea what it's called. Hey, Wildlife, good to see you. Okay, D-Dog, I'm gonna play that. Let me have to email it to myself. Yeah, I was gonna go live and do one tomorrow, but I think it's best that I don't. Um, it's gonna be an emotional day for me, so I don't want to go live. Not tomorrow. What kind of men am I hanging out with? None. Hey, Garrett. Hey, Matt. Good to see y'all. Good deal, Carl. Frog, they don't have to go to those around here. It's given out for free all over the place. Yeah, maybe. All right. I am going to pull this song up that D Dog just shared and see what happens. Hopefully, it's not a. All right, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Don't play yet. Man, the first part of that, for some reason, is like something I have pulled up. Eric, thank you so much. Kiss off. Good to see you. Kiss off's amazing. She just gets a little carried away. Maybe. Sometimes. Don't we all? I mean, my goodness. Does everything have to be so serious? Does everything have to be so doom and gloom? Does everything have to be so strict? I don't know. A little carried away. Maybe a little more than a little. Yes, everything is serious. Why, frogs? Why is everything serious? A lot of things are. I mean, it's just what I was talking about a while ago. If everyone did take that seriously, and if commitments made before God were actually meant instead of until something better comes along, then we might be in a different place right now. I wouldn't be on YouTube. Surely you're not. I'm gonna, I'm gonna drop the link. See if any of y'all want to come up. Excuse me. That grass out there has got something in it. Every time I come back from my mama's, that voice is like, yeah, man, I remember those days. Call me Shirley, right? Oh, before I play that, I want to play something else. This is a booster. Hey, Mrs. Metal, good to see you. Okay, here we go. I think here we go. Wait, let me make sure I have the right ding song. Oh, that's something else I want to share with y'all. Hmm. Um, I'm gonna share that with y'all first, just because I've been wanting to share this with y'all, and I'm trying to clear out all these crazy tabs, these 50 tabs up here. So I'll share this one first. Y'all listen closely. You, some of you may have heard it. I don't know. I don't know where I found it. It's been a minute. We'll see.
8 items that FEMA will confiscate during an SHTF emergency. We're going to take a look at 8 different items, but we're also going to look at the basis for FEMA having the legal ability to be able to come in and confiscate. There's been a number of executive orders, there have been a number of laws that have been passed for national emergencies, whether it's man-made, whether it's a natural disaster, or it's even an attack. And obviously with the Cold War and the nuclear threats that happened back in the 50s, 60s, up into the 70s, there were a lot of laws that were in place to protect citizens and to make sure that our country continued. Of course, obviously with the civil defense program, it really involved individuals, citizens, people, the private sector. There were volunteer groups. There were funds that were allocated to help, whether it was Geiger counters or fallout shelters, and there was money to be hand it out into different communities. But it was administered mainly by citizens working together. Back in it started in the 60s with JFK. They started talking about federal emergency management. And so there were some executive orders that were put forward, and it really changed the face of taking away from the local communities and the volunteer network to more of a federal agency. It really took away individual rights for the collective rights. And that's where a lot of the hoarding laws that are coming in. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. And then we're going to go through the list. But I want to give you a background because I'm not just putting this list down because I think this could happen. These are actually on the books. You can do the research. In fact, I'll have some of the links down below, or at least the executive order numbers and also the anti-hoarding law. Of course, a lot of it had to do with COVID. Now, 50 U.S. Code 4512. These are anti-hoarding laws, and the section 4512 really spelled it out. Previous areas in this code talked about medical supplies, but one of the things that really came to roost was 4512. That if you have certain designated supplies in excess of what's reasonable and what you're going to consume, whether it's home, business, or personal, they can be confiscated. Obviously, there's a lot of different facets to this, but it's very open-ended. So the problem is we may have a natural disaster and everything's fine. You may not have your supplies confiscated, but if it gets into a real SHTF where there is a national emergency and supplies are low, it gives them the right to come in and confiscate and to seize excess that you have. One of the things I want to mention here is FEMA actually recommends that you have at least 2 weeks of food at all times in your home, and also a certain list of supplies. Ready.gov is a great resource. We've talked about it before, but it's just for 2 weeks. So most preppers have well beyond a 2-week period. If you have a 2-week supply of food, you're typically, just having some supplies put back in case of a power outage or a hurricane or something like that. That's not really a prepper, but somebody that really sees the writing on the wall and they want to put back a really good supply of food because there could be major disruptions in the future. These could be deemed as being excessive and beyond reason. Now, there's no criteria for what's unreasonable. And so, that would just remain to be seen. But obviously, if you have a year's supply of food, that's going to be a lot of food that you put back just for your family when there could be people out there who are unprepared that have nothing. And so the logic here is to take that food and to spread it out. Again, we're going away from the individual rights to the collective rights. But this country was based on individual rights. Will it go against the law? Could be. But by the time it got through the courts, you wouldn't have the food and your family might not survive. Now, Executive Order 10998 was an executive order by President Kennedy, and it was based on food. So it gave a list of different type foods that the government was able to keep control of in case of a national emergency, especially a foreign attack by an adversary. Again, during the Cold War. This listed animal fats, it listed oils, vegetables, any kind of food, whether it was whatever process it was in. It could be raw materials all the way up to what they call vendable materials, which could be canned foods, boxed foods, things like that. But it also includes cotton, wool, flax fibers, hemp, and any kind of natural commodity that could be used. And so it really was a broad spectrum of pretty much all the different commodities that we have. And then Executive Order 10995, which covered communications. Now, this was based on, public radio, different type radio stations, having an emergency broadcasting system. I mean, there was a lot that it entailed, but it did open up room for confiscation of ham radios or personal radios, whatever an emergency team needed. And that was one of the things that this is a lot based on, is at the whim of whoever is coming through to be ready to be able to confiscate anything they deem that's necessary. And then we had Executive Order 10997, which was for electrical power. It was for anything that generates power, substations, power plants, dams, hydroelectric dams. Of course, obviously, nuclear power plants. But it can also be brought down to your generator, to solar panels, the different things that can be utilized in an emergency situation and used by government agencies. But again, these are designed to restrict individuals and more toward the whole. And while that can seem like a really noble cause, it goes against everything our country was founded on. So number one is your food stores. If you have food in different forms, whether it's raw materials, whether it's canned food, boxed food, processed food, all of that is susceptible to being seized. Fertilizers, if you have any kind of tractors, any kind of farm equipment. In fact, one of the things about this executive order is that it would take the farming industry from beginning to end, even production facilities, Of course, obviously, equipment, and make sure that it was at least functioning, but it could be taken by the government to be able to continue food production. We saw a little bit about this during COVID when baby formula began to be purchased by the U.S. government and then handed out to illegal aliens. And this really kind of upset a lot of people, especially mothers that had babies when formula was hard to get. So not only could they confiscate your food, they could cut off production of essential items to give again to the whole. Water. Water has been managed by the federal government. In fact, any waterway now is under federal protection. It could be a small stream coming through your yard. And so having access to water. But if you have a lot of bottled water, if you have water stored in 50-gallon drums, and you have maybe rain catchment systems, a different type systems where you can store water. These are vulnerable to seizures. One thing that I find is funny is in a lot of states, rain catchment systems are illegal, especially in the more arid states. This still takes away the independency from some people that live in those areas that want to protect and provide for their family. Number 3 is medical supplies. And that really got attacked during the COVID epidemic. Any kind of supplies that you have, whether it's hand sanitizers, masks, even protective gear, these can be confiscated if they're needed. Now, these laws, and I'll just say all these laws, are really based on an industry level. But according to how bad the situation gets, they can come down more to the personal level. Number 4 is power. And this really refers to our electrical power grid. But it can be brought down to personal generators, solar generators, or just solar panels, inverters that convert solar power that you can use in your home. Also batteries, especially large batteries that'll store solar power. And so anything that has to do with any type of power is vulnerable to some of these executive orders and laws. Number 5, fuels, whether it's gasoline, propane. Natural gas is not very easy to store, but anything that you have for fuel. It could even get to a place where it could be the wood that you have stored up for the winter. If it's cold enough and there are people that are in need, they could be confiscated. I think that may be a stretch, but still, all the different ways that you store different type fuels for energy are compromised and they can be vulnerable. It even gets down to coal, which is also listed in a number of other solid fuels. It may not be something that we use on a regular basis, but all of those industries are going to be under the thumb of the federal government. Number 6 is communication. And obviously with radio stations and different modes of the internet, different sources on the internet, if we have power, they're going to be susceptible to at least control of some sort and be utilized by the federal government in a major emergency. But this can also come down to ham radios that you have. Maybe you have antennas, you have a ham shack, you have a lot of different things. Also just standard radios, GMRS or different kind that could be used by the federal government if there is a lack and if there is a need. And so all of these can be compromised. Number 7 is firearms or weapons. One of the things we saw during Katrina was when the mayor of New Orleans just decided to have martial law, and then police and FEMA and a group of different type law enforcement went around door to door collecting firearms. NRA did a big expose on that. I know that an elderly lady, probably in her 70s, had a revolver, and she was refusing to give up that revolver because she said she needed it to protect her home. And these big thugs went in and pretty much beat her to the ground and took the revolver away from her. That was a really sad experience to watch, but those kind of things can easily happen in an emergency. Boats that were going across, leaving their home, but getting to safety were intercepted on the waterways and firearms were confiscated in mass. And it was door to door. It was crazy. So don't think it can't happen again. And if there's a national outcry, or again, if there's a major emergencies, the logic is to take away the firearms. What's really great is a lot of states have enacted laws based on what happened in New Orleans to where even under martial law, they can't take your firearms. But it's according to what state you're in, what local municipality you're in, as far as confiscation of firearms. Number 8 is ammunition. Ammunition, if it's stored up and they feel like that's just too much, they can come door to door and take your ammunition. They may even leave you some if they don't confiscate your weapons, but ammunition definitely is vulnerable. The sad thing is there's many states that limit the amount of ammunition that you can purchase already, which is a backward way for you not to be able to store up ammunition in a time of crisis. So having ammunition stored back is one thing that a lot of people want to do, even to use it for barter and trade. But again, it is susceptible to seizures. Now, during the Civil War, a lot of armies were moving through hostile territory, could have even been moving through their own territory. And a lot of these armies needed sustenance. They needed to continue. They had to have food. They had foragers that went out to hunt, but it wasn't enough to keep the armies moving. So a lot of farms were completely stripped. A lot of their equipment and their tools were taken. And so a lot of people lost their way of living because of these armies coming through. Again, it's not for the individual, it's for the whole. And so they were vindicated to come through and to take whatever they wanted to. Some of them even just destroyed crops. But this is not something that's unprecedented. It's something that has happened in history before. And then when you take Stalin Russia, when he went into different areas of Russia and he just took all their food and then left them to die. It's really plausible in a really serious emergency that all the things on this list are vulnerable to being confiscated or seized. And again, it's not for the individual, but it's more for the whole. And to be honest with you, I think that we really should push to reinstate our civil defense program where it takes away the power from the federal government and puts it back to our responsibility. And I think that that's really what preppers are all about, is taking the responsibility for their safety and for the welfare of their family, and they're preparing themselves. And to think that FEMA could come through, take all of your preps, and then you end up standing in line to just get a handful of the preps that you put back. It's a pretty sad situation. So what are some solutions? First off is to divide your preps. If you have a lot of food stored back, make sure that you put some in one area and have hidden areas where you can keep that food away. I wouldn't necessarily think about moving it at this point, but maybe if things start to ratchet up, take some of that food, leave it out in case you have a door-to-door search, which could or couldn't happen, but it is possible. And in that way, they get that food, and then you have the majority of your food stored back. And it goes with all of these different items, is to have hidden caches put back. You don't have to bury it in the ground, but you can just put it in other locations. You have a nice amount sitting out, and if they take it, well, it's better to lose some than to lose the whole. And that goes with firearms, ammunition, it goes with your fuel, it goes with all the different things, again, that are on this list. Another thing is not to brag about what you have. One of the things that can happen is people can rat out other people. Even on the code 4812, that's anti-hoarding laws, there are phone numbers that they list at the top where people can call and report people if that's, if they see that. So we want to make sure that you kind of keep it on the down low. The problem is with most of us, we have an online footprint. We've been watching videos. We've been storing up food. We may have receipts. I would highly recommend maybe using cash more often to kind of keep, prying eyes from looking. A lot of times on the forums, we've seen it before in other areas, but sometimes federal agents are posing and watching and documenting different people that may be storing up and putting things back. But guys, to be honest, these 8 things are items that you have to survive. You need these items. And so, putting back and dividing it up is a smart move, but just being aware in case things start to go down, that these items are going to be possibly wanted. And so you want to make sure that you're prudent and you take care of what you need to take care of. Guys, I'll have the list down below in the description. I'll also have the executive orders and some of the laws, and I'll have them down at the bottom. So if you want to do your own research, you can. Guys, when it comes to
Good evening, Bonnie.
Hey, Carl. How you doing?
I don't know. Tell me how I'm doing. I got a new case for my phone. Does it sound better or worse?
Sounds fine to me.
Good deal. Good deal.
You just needed a case?
Yeah, actually the phone, when I took it out of the case I had it in, it looked brand new, but it was one of those one-piece cases, and I think it may have, at times, this one sounds louder. I can hear the speaker louder, so I just wonder if people can hear the microphone better, too.
Yes, you sound clear and great.
Right on.
I wish that's all mine needed was a case. I had to take the case off because I'm trying to back up my phone because I know I need a new one because it keeps overheating. And the back of it is like, I guess from the overheating, whatever they cover the phone in, it's not good. It's melting.
That doesn't sound. I got a request. Wolverines! You know what I think about what you were just watching is they already failed. All right. I think the gun control is going to go into like full swing 1 year after Madame President won. All right. I think that was their plan. They've already failed. In fact, we've seen the evidence of the ammunition sales and everything. And at this point, people are freaking fed up. They're going to run out of people. They're going to send people to people's houses to confiscate their shit. Or I think they're going to run out of people. I think they're going to run out of people really quick.
So, I'm fixing to send you something where we share stuff. And you tell me why this is out in the middle of nowhere.
What do we got? You gonna show a picture of it?
I'm gonna send a picture of it. Yes, and
you never know. I might have an answer. I love things in the middle of nowhere, like monoliths and training facilities and stuff like that.
It's no one around it. So I guess it's possible it broke down, but that road it shouldn't even be on. So I'm just kind of like, I got to take a picture of this because this is unusual. And
well, you got my curiosity spiked.
Did you get it?
I don't see it.
Here, let me.
Huh? Are you sending it in chat or something? I can't touch nothing when I'm on a panel,
Okay, I'll pull it up here.
Gonna have to show it to the class.
Yep.
Hey, Chris.
Hi, Chris. How are you? I've been reminded 100 times I'm technically inept. Would that be the word? And so it takes me a minute to do things.
Bonnie, anybody that was, born in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, they need a kid to help them, all right? Because they're like born into it. They're technically advanced when it comes to this stuff.
Yes, I know. Okay. We went through. Now, back. Here it is. Okay, I've got to get it off of
I
there.
said, us, frog. Don't even try that twisting shit around now.
Well, y'all, you'll see everything behind it, but oh well. What'd he do?
He's trying to say I called you old.
Oh, well, the truth is the truth.
I'm seasoned. I don't consider myself old.
There you go. Now, you see that?
And for the gals, that's not gray hair. That's silver highlights, and that shit's expensive.
You see it, Carl?
I got an X out of the chat. I got a choice. That looks like an M135A3 deuce and a half truck with troop carrier hoops incomplete. I don't see all the looks something like it's missing some stuff. That right there will hold 20 troops in the back, the
Mhm.
driver and the passenger. It's a very common vehicle that is privately owned widely across the United States. I know many, even Devil Dog owns one of those.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I should have gone over and seen if there was any keys in it.
Well, you got, if there's a license plate on it of any type, historical or otherwise, it's privately owned. If there's no license plate on it and all you see is like an NG number or something on it, then you can, but they're one of the most widely used trucks. You used to see convoys of them. In fact, convoys used to go from Michigan to Texas when I was young. Big, long convoys. I'm talking like 500 vehicles going 40 miles an hour down the road.
Yeah.
That's a very common. Get concerned when you see white vehicles you've never seen before, you know. I'm a little bit old, I guess, Devil Dog. I mean,
What's old? As
I
long
don't
as we're
know.
and we're doing good, dadgummit. And
I'm not so old I can do things. I mean, I just feel like smarter than I was. That's all I feel.
yeah, well, just some amazing things have been happening to me. Doing things to get prepared for something that was never going to happen. But in doing that, good came out of it. Really good came out.
Devil Dog, you gotta ham it. Is that what you're trying to tell me? If he's not pulling my leg, he's got a truck that would pull that deuce and a half sideways.
Mm-hmm.
There, I just haven't seen many in private hands. You know, the National Guard used to come over to the Michigan Military Vehicle Preservation Association meetups, and they'd do demonstrations with those back in the day, Devil Dog. They'd have crane attachments for lifting cargo. They'd even bring in a Huey or something, you know, and drop some cargo. It was a pretty good little demo.
That probably just broke down on the side of the road. I don't see any of those riding around. And so seeing it, I was like, my first thought was, ooh, I want one of those. And then I was like, wait a minute, what's it doing out here in the middle of nowhere? I don't know.
Well, if you find one sitting in the middle of nowhere, just left there, let me know, because I need some parts. I'm sure Devil Dog does.
Call in the crew, strip it.
Wow, Devil Dog, I'm seriously impressed. That is a major rig. You should look that up, Bonnie. It's HEMMIT military truck, 10x10. It's a massive beast. It looks like a Russian missile carrier or something. And Devil Dog's got one.
HEMMIT.
Mm-hmm. Just go him at truck. It'll probably show it.
Oh, it's got all kinds of sizes. 10x20, 10x30.
Massive cab over front axle trucks.
No way it's that.
If they're like 6.5 foot wide, I think maybe even 7 foot wide. They're massive.
Yeah, but it doesn't even. Okay, I'm going to show it.
I'll tell you if that's it. That's it.
Really.
Mm-hmm.
And you can privately own those and drive them around.
If they go to auction through the government, you can own any of that. You could buy battleships and stuff. Sometimes they sell, you know, small aircraft carriers and stuff at auction. But yeah, if they sell it, you can own it.
Holy cow. Well.
Yeah, that's just an 8x8 one. He's got the bigger, newer one.
It said it was a 10x10.
Does look like an 8x8 though.
Yeah.
I just watched just before I came on here. I watched this guy saved a World War II deuce and a half. They started off as CCKWs, I think is what they're called. The very first deuce and a half 6-wheel drive trucks. And the guy saved one and got it running here on YouTube. And you know, they made them all the way through World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and they used them in the Gulf Wars. They're still using a variant, the M9 and M800 series, which are a bigger version. But they've made so many versions of that by different makers, REO and White and you know, General Motors and all these different companies have made the same trucks. And none of the parts are interchangeable except for like the body parts and stuff. They're kind of crazy. All right, man.
Don't do that. And how do I? Well, I can't get it to enlarge.
Did you see my air conditioning video?
No. How come I wasn't told about that?
I don't know. I just did it just here a day or two ago. You ought to see that because it makes a heck of a difference, Bonnie. Just that, what I put over my truck in that video cuts this temperature right down. It keeps the sun off me, cools it right down, like 15 to 20 degrees difference.
Nightmare. So is this more like, this one says 10 by 10, but I can't get it to blow up.
Some pictures you can't. You'd have to click on the picture. Then,
I did.
you know,
And it changes.
then I would right click and see if it says view photo. Right click right on the photo though. If not, then it's a controlled, you can't, they won't let you. They do take measures to keep people from using their photos. They got ways.
Yes. Yeah, they're not letting. Okay. Well, that's that. Oh, and sorry to tell y'all. So remember the other day I was talking about apple corn? And so my brother and I found it on the internet. And it's awful corn.
What kind of corn is it?
Awful. Awful, whatever. It's made out of apples. And it's German. And so we found a place online that you can order it for $25 a bottle. But guess what? The shipping is $46. I'm not paying $46 just to ship.
Is it a flipping hazardous material? Is it flammable or something?
No, it's alcohol. It's like a schnapps.
Yeah, maybe it's because it's an alcohol that the shipping. Because you know, when you go into the post office to ship something, they ask you 30 questions. You know, is it this, that, batteries, liquid? You know, there's costs and risks to shipping certain things.
Well, it's okay because when I was cleaning out a cabinet, I found a bottle of it's pretty mild, but it's an apple. It's from Germany. It's mine.
I bought a couple bottles of whiskey for my kit. I mean, I could use it for medical purposes. I could use it to trade if shit gets bad. I guess it doesn't hurt to have a little whiskey. Besides, I might want to drink sometime soon. It's 2024 after all.
Exactly. That's why I just got me some spiced rum too. Because, yeah, it's time. It is definitely time.
Why, thank you, Giselle.
See, told you sounded good.
Now, this case is a little different. I had to apply a glass protecting sheet over the screen, then put the armored case on. And it's got different types of holes where the microphone and I think it might be better.
Yeah. That's good. Good to know.
I was going to tell you earlier, I've been known to have a pair of sunglasses till they're so wobbly. They still work, but I never break stuff like that. I can carry sunglasses for 10 years without breaking them. Same with phones. I don't.
Yep.
I'm lucky. I'm luckier about that than most people.
Yeah. My girls can crack a screen on a phone quicker than anything. And so this one I have, hand-me-down. And
I had phones like that, Bonnie, and they just might as well keep their screen broken and they run with it because they know they're going to break a new one anyway.
yes. But I've had this one for like 2 years, or I think it's been about that long. I don't know, but it makes phone calls. It accepts phone calls. It texts. I'm good. I can watch live streams on it, but if I try to stream on it or if I watch a video too long, it overheats.
Well, that was my old phone, and I've got emails that I get that I can only get on that phone, and it works, but I got to get to a Wi-Fi. This month I bought extra service, so I can turn this phone into a hotspot and run the other phone. So now I can take care of some unfinished business here, but still the other phone, it doesn't cooperate. It's got to be like 7 years old now, so when I turn it on, it just doesn't want to do much. It takes a while. This one, however, I've only had it for a couple years. This thing's working great. This is, I don't even think it's 2 years yet that I've had it.
That's good. So to go with that other video FEMA thing, I have this other song that goes with it. So I'm gonna play it. Okay.
I dare you.
Okay.
Well, I won't back down. No, I won't back down. You could stare me up at the gates of hell, but I won't back down. No, I'll stand my ground. Won't be turned around, and I'll keep this world from dragging me down. Gonna stand my ground, and I won't back down. Hey, baby, there ain't no easy way out. Hey, I will stand my ground, and I won't back down. Well, I know what's right. I got just one life in a world that keeps on pushing me around, but I'll stand my ground, and I won't back down. Hey, baby, there ain't no easy way out. Hey, I will stand my ground, and I won't back down. Hey, baby, there ain't no easy way out. Hey, I will stand my ground, and I won't back down. No, I won't back down.
You
Right
know
on.
the original. You know the original of this, right?
Yep. I saw that picture and I was like, oh, there it is. big old line in my face. Go ahead, test me. Test me.
Don't push me, 'cause I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Sometimes it makes me wonder how I keep from going under. I bet you anything a Texan gal like you don't know that one.
Maybe not.
It's like the first rap song I ever heard. It was in the 70s.
No, I never liked rap.
Well, it's not like I'm a big fan or nothing, but I heard that dang song a lot.
No. Guess the weirdest thing I ever liked was reggae. But I don't know. I like all kinds of music, but I just don't like rap. They talk too fast, and it's usually not nice.
I was just discussing that in chats over at Miss Metals and a couple other places recently. I like hard rock from the 60s and 70s up into the 80s and stuff, but there is a lot of other music I like that's not considered hard rock. Jethro Tull ain't hard rock.
No.
Blood, Sweat, and Tears isn't really hard rock. There's a lot of other stuff out there I like, but as the music got newer, the more recent it is, there's less of it that I like out there.
Okay. I'm going to play the one D-Dog since he said please. Let me mute.
In the land of the brave where heroes stand tall, fighters of freedom, answering the call, they march with honor, hearts filled with pride. Together we remember their sacrifice won't hide. Through the darkest nights they carried the light, defending our freedom with all of their might. They're the shining stars forever in our hearts. Their bravery echoes, never torn apart. We won't forget the heroes that we lost. United we stand, no matter the cost. In every heartbeat, their memory will shine. The fallen soldiers, forever. Army skies of gray, in shadows they stand, guardians of peace across this great land. Their courage unyielding, in battles unseen, they forge our tomorrow and everything in between. In whispers of valor, their tales are retold, a covenant of duty, bravely bold. In the silence of night, their legacy we hold, for in the heart of the nation their story unfolds. We won't forget the heroes that we lost. United we stand, no matter the cost. In every heartbeat, their memory will shine. The fallen soldiers, forever divine.
No crying, Bonnie.
I can't help. I don't cry. I leak. It's just leaky eye. Hi, Jen. It's good to see you. And Annie Jack. Good to see you.
I hear that sniffling.
Oh, I don't know what you're hearing. It's not me.
Good.
Take it over,
Well,
Carl. So, um, actually, tonight I was thinking more. Um, yes, it is a good message. Thank you, dear God, for sharing that. It was more for the families um, of those that came home in a box. The friends, the families, the people
I'm with you.
that still to this day grieve. Their brothers in arms, all that did make it back, all of them. Tomorrow morning, and it's so weird, y'all. I was told that there would be a nationwide prayer at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning, all over, just 11 a.m. wherever you are, no time zones. And it's odd because I saw where the White House put that out also. Tell me they're not listening. Hey, Kenneth, it's good to see you. Don't you think?
I try to think as little as possible these days.
Some little sniffle I hear in there.
Only if you're getting your own echo.
Whatever.
Hmm. I didn't know I was gonna get up here on this panel and you're gonna start having feelings and all that, and getting emotional because you know.
I don't have no feelings. I'm solid steel. Ice.
I'm just teasing you now,
Cold as ice. No feelings.
That's
Dang it.
probably the only way. Yeah, I don't know. That's probably the only way we're gonna survive this year.
I know it is. That's one of the things that's changed drastically.
There's an old meme, and I mean it's got to be from the beginning, and it's just 1800s boxer with the the stance they used to take where they're both of their hands are face upward in the boxing position, and it
Yes.
says feelings. What feelings? That always comes to mind.
Mm-hmm. Feelings are for sissy girls.
Well, I did learn, throughout my life that the best way to avoid feelings is keep your pants on.
Oh my goodness. That is a whole different. I can't even
It's so
believe
dang true, though. All right. Hey, and I made that one up, but it's true.
that is. Oh my goodness. Father, forgive us. It's Sunday and we are not going there.
Yeah, I'm just stating facts. There was
Good advice, Carl. But that's not feelings.
I would have saved myself a lot of misery in life if I'd have kept my pants on more. That's all I'm saying.
I know Kiss Off. He's oh gosh. And you know what? Okay. And we will find that acceptable because we're at war. And everything happens during war. And whatever. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
You read chat again, didn't you?
Yes, Danny. Smell caramel. Caramel,
I know
Carl.
what that's like, I know what that's like. You be talking and you glance over and read a comment and forget even what you were thinking.
Yeah, that happens a lot. More than I like to admit. But yes. I'll be right in the middle of something and going on and on. I read a comment and it's like the balloon just collapsed.
Yeah. That happens.
Kiss up, I've always known to worry about Carl.
Hey, I really try to, have some sort of civility when I'm, in chats and on panels. I try to, I try. Not like you guys don't influence me or anything.
I didn't say anything about your pants. and, and you associating that with feelings is not right. You're just not right, Carl.
Well, it was just one of those epiphanies, they call them, where it just comes to me, it just comes to you out of nowhere. It's just a thought that's like, it's true. If I would have just been a little bit harder to get.
And that's the whole thing. So hard to get, it don't even happen.
Yeehaw.
Oh.
You didn't even see, can you play a video? Play my air conditioning video. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
even put some of those sunscreens or something up around your house could save you some money on air conditioning and cool it right down.
I'll have to see this because I'm always looking for ways to cool off because y'all just think it's cold up there in Michigan. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Bonnie, I'm sitting here in nothing but a pair of pants, all right, because it's been bloody hot up here. I'm already climatized to the certain weather. When it gets to the 80s, I can only take so much off.
The 80s?
Yeah, we're in the 80s up here.
Nice. Wait till you hit hundreds.
I've been there before. I'll start looking for underground areas so I can be in the 50s underground.
We're all going to turn into moles.
Well, it depends on the humidity. It's the humidity that gets me, actually.
Yeah, it's been really humid here too. I'll take the rap for what I do, but not this time, Missy.
Might get me one. Might get me one of them giant galvanized metal troughs, like horse trough from the
Yes,
farm store down here. Fill that sucker up.
with water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I don't have that much whiskey, but
All right. I'm going to share it. I guess I have to mute because we want Sam too, right?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess, but
Okay.
that's nearly right there. Cuts the temperature down 15, 20 degrees. It's like free air conditioning. I still drive around with it on there, I guess. Nah, I stay out here though. Good stuff.
I didn't see no water involved in that. So it'd be just like
All
using
the
it.
difference is, the truck is got some dark green and it's tan, but if the sun
Yes.
hits it, it heats up, which I can use at certain times of the year. That's nice. It's free heat. But
Right.
when it's just hot out and the sun's glaring, I put that white camouflage netting over this truck and it cuts that temperature right down, gives me shade, cools the air near the truck even. It's just enough. I've actually got a little more of it I'm going to add to it. But you could use anything as long as the air goes through it and the wind can't damage it, whatever.
Oh, so
They
not
make
like a
they make shade tarps and stuff, but they make that's you can get that camouflage netting pretty cheap actually. I've gotten a few bales and that's only the small diamond from a giant bale. You know, you can I used to have enough netting to cover an entire camp you could drive under.
white camo netting.
So it is. Down there in Texas, nobody would have any use for it if it was in a surplus store. Who's going to need snow camouflage down there? Well,
Well,
maybe a couple places.
and that's I just set up well, it's supposed to have patio, but it doesn't. But it's okay. It's got a rug to kill the grass right there. And then I got patio furniture, and that's what I've been trying to think of what to put over it. So
You
that's a
could
good
take
idea.
you could take old volleyball nets or trampoline nets or anything like that that's netting, and you could weave scraps of fabric or burlap or whatever you wanted in there and create enough shade with it. That alone would work.
Yeah. Hey, Broken Patriot. Well, see, and that's what I was going to do. I have these 4 giant flower pots. So I was going to put cement in them with a 4x4 on each one. And then string lights around the top. And also make it to where I could hang white sheets that would be tied on the corners when I don't need them, but that could be strung across to block out the sun, like, because one side of it is the west side.
Actually, a lot of foreign countries do that. If you see, they've got
Yes.
what it is the more shade you can make in an area, the cooler it'll be. You know, it's not just covering you with the shade. The more shade you make, or the more shade trees make, you're gonna have a cooler air. You know.
Yes. And that's that, what you were talking about, the sunshade. It's like a, um, well, I think that's what it's called, the sunshade. So that's what I have over my deck. And when I put that up, it takes the temperature down like at least 10 degrees, if not more.
Well, I talked about it in chats for a long time, so I figured I'd show it when I put it out there. You know, it doesn't look like much. It looks, but I'm telling you, for not having to pay an air conditioning bill, you know, that's pretty cheap just to spread something out over top of you.
Yep.
It rolls up, you know, like the size of a couple gallons of milk or something. So it doesn't take up a lot of space rolled up.
Yeah. You wouldn't believe the rigs that people rig up around here. The styrofoam ice cooler chests with a fan and
That I've seen a lot of that, but I'm trying to maintain a need for nothing, you know, to where I don't have to have a source of power from an outside source of power, you know.
yes. And that's why I got those little, one of them's battery operated and the other one is, um, you run it off a little charger, like a little solar charger. And they're fans. So you can like put them up in your vehicle if you need to, or
That's
wherever.
that's that's how I've been doing. Is I've got everything I've gotten is 12 volt. I can run it on 110, but I've got multiple battery system in the truck. Got shut off switches and everything. I've got an inverter that turns 12 volts into 110, so I can run the sewing machine and everything in the truck. And then I've got the solar panels are all 12 volt. I got a couple different ones of those that they feed a constant feed to the 12 volt system. And then everything that I've installed in the back, like the refrigerator and, you know, my fans and all that stuff, that's all 12 volt. So it's so far it's maintaining itself. If anything, it's going to be replacing things over time is going to be the issue. What's
Be
up,
good.
Blue?
Good to see you. Broken, did I say hello to you?
What's up, Broken? BP. I just like to be able to pull into anywhere and have my own self-contained power is the whole goal. I've got a plan here. I don't know. You've seen the wood stove I've got installed in the back, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna make a copper coiling that goes around that with a 12 volt water pump that I can have hot water on demand just from running the wood stove. That's
Cool.
that's the
That's
project in the future. Yeah.
that's good. Copper piping.
Yep. And
Got
I
that
got a 12
drum
volt.
still.
Well, I found this 12-volt pump that it'll be a powerful spray. All I got to do is put a flexible shower hose on it with a sprayer, and I'll be able to take a shower right off the back of the truck. That'll be a nice feature.
Yeah. Not boil yourself. Those wood heaters get hot.
Well, I got wood heat. I've got what's called a personnel heater in here. This thing runs off of the same gas tank as the truck. This thing, it sounds like a jet engine when you turn it on. It'll heat the cab up in a matter of minutes. But then I've got 12-volt heat. I've got the cab heat. I've got 110 heat if I can use it. And I've got propane heat. I've got the little safe to burn indoor heaters.
Yeah.
And then mounted, well, that's another project in the works. I've got two 20-pound propane tanks that are mounted in the cab.
That's cool. I have a friend, she messaged me and she said, I have several of these little propane bottles. Do you want them? Of course. There was no thinking about that.
If they're full, they're good. And there's some people that do refill them.
They're
It's not
full.
even a legal. Yeah, there is a illegal way to refill those.
I wouldn't even refill the little ones.
Yeah, they're not worth it to me. I don't never mess with those unless like you said, you got them given to you.
Right.
With the heaters I've got the hose isn't cheap. You'll pay a lot of money for them, but I've got a hose that runs from the heater with a filter. And the filter for these indoor heaters, the filter is important. All right, it'll lengthen the life of your heater greatly. Right, but that way you can put the tank anywhere, and you've got whatever length of hose you need to put the heater wherever you want it. And you can cook on those heaters. Most people don't know that the Mister Heaters, the grills come off and hold on the front of the top of the handle and make a little grill, and I can cook and boil water on those and all kinds of things.
Yeah.
We've talked about all this before, haven't we?
A few times. Maybe a couple.
Might be somebody new listening. You never know.
That's true. Well, and that's why a lot of times I'll go over something again because it could be someone new.
Well, there's probably only 3 people left here now that I started talking about my truck, huh?
I'm such a newbie doing and posting videos. I double posted the dogs and maybe others. So you have a channel, good.
Don't think we all haven't made all kinds of those mistakes in the beginning, Blue.
Oh yeah. Hitting the wrong buttons.
Heck, I started a live once. It took me 15 minutes to get onto my own live.
So I've noticed other people, who was I watching? And the chat disappeared. Pepper Nation. And I was like, it's not just me that it happens to. All of a sudden, chat will just stop. And so I'll think, wow, everybody left or something. And
when that happens, X out of chat, go back where it says top chat, and go back to the live chat, and it'll fix itself. But yeah, all it'll show is your comments you're making, not everybody else's replies.
Right, but in StreamYard you can't do that. So you have to go out of StreamYard and back in. Or if you wait a few minutes, it comes back. but then you got to scroll up and see what you missed.
Yeah, that's been happening for a couple of weeks, I've noticed.
Yes.
But before that, I noticed that nobody was seeing my first comments in a chat. So I come in and say howdy to whoever's on the panel in chat, and nobody would see it. Then I would
I
say hello to somebody just in chat, and then everybody would see me and say hello. Nobody would see the first comment.
Yes, and I've seen that here. All of a sudden, I'll see people saying hi to somebody, and I scroll back up, and I'm like, where are they seeing
And I've
whoever?
seen that too. I've seen people say hello to people in chat I can't see yet.
Yes, and then I'll see their comment, and I'm like, oh, there they are. It's all it, YouTube will mess with you every way they can, and then StreamYard is it can
Well,
go.
that is a way to create some chaos because some people might come into a chat, say something, and think everybody's ignoring them. So they'll go, "Oh, fuck this
Yeah,
place! I'm leaving. I ain't coming back." You know. So it could create some dramas by what they're doing.
exactly. On purpose.
Yeah. Well, you know, seed dissension. You know, you ever heard that term?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Well, to cause chaos. You know they will if they can.
Well, absolutely.
What's up, David?
Hey, David.
I got a new bike, David, but mine's got a motor.
Yeah, I didn't get in the garage today to charge up the battery on the bike.
They do that too, Blue. I've seen that happen too.
Yep, they will unsubscribe people. They'll cut your views. They'll have seen the views up and then go down.
They got us all in a box. The moment you came into this chat and started chatting with us, you were in a box with us.
Welcome to our box. It's not a litter box. We don't poop here.
No, I'm not even kidding. They only show us what's going on. They don't advertise us to other realms. There's probably hundreds of little circles and communities like this one, but we don't interact with the others and they don't interact with us because they don't even know we exist, you know? So this is what I mean. I feel like we're not completely censored because if you send somebody here, they'll find it. All right. That's usually how people will find this community, is being sent here by a link or whatever. But
Yeah.
it's like some form of blacklisting, I guess I'd consider it. You know, where I think some of the jinky technical difficulties we've had maybe like the Patriot packages I joke about, but yeah, I feel targeted. I've felt targeted on this platform for a long time.
Well, I mean, I see the ones I see regularly, Indie and FSP. I didn't get a notification for Preparedness for some reason. But that changes really quick too. So then I'll miss that somebody was live, but it did not even show me that you did any lives. The past few that you've done, I haven't seen. And so then I'm like, who else am I missing? And with over 1,000 subscriptions, I can't go back to everybody and watch them. And I feel bad about that, and so sometimes I think,
say this much, Auntie. I have never intentionally ignored anyone in a chat or on a panel. I might miss stuff, but I didn't, I don't ignore people. I usually try to make sure that I acknowledge everybody, especially if they're talking directly to me like you are.
yeah. No, we don't purposely ignore anybody.
Not intentionally. I'm not saying that I haven't missed stuff. I'm sure I have. You know that new format where it like shows the whole when they're on their live, it shows the whole screen of your phone as a picture, and then the chat's only visible for like four little columns on the bottom. That's that is a pain in the butt on this phone. I can't scroll back very easily, and I miss a lot in those.
Oh no. See, if
And
I
I got a
had to,
pretty
I'd probably time somebody out or block them or whatever. If you only got 2 lines, now that would be hard.
well, it depends what I'm looking at, Devil Dog. All right, I got really good eyes. They say 2020 is the best vision. No, it's 2019.
More than normal. Okay, if Indy's missing notifications, something's really wrong because she's everywhere.
Well, I've seen several people doing an experiment, whereas they notice that a lot of their subscribers are not getting notified. But if they do an impromptu live, like just go live or put a notice out just moments before they go live, more people are getting notices. So it may be another glitch in the matrix, you know.
Well, and I don't know about that either because that's what I did tonight. But then it's I can
How many
understand.
people are here? I can't even see how many people are even here.
I'm seeing 19, and but it's because of the weekend too, and it's Sunday. I mean, people are doing things like should
Well,
be
except for people like us, you know, and I figured there'd be a certain amount of us that would be live tonight. If you wasn't going live, I was probably going live. I still might go live if you peter out too early, because I'm good to go on the rest, and I ain't got to work tomorrow.
oh good. Then oh
No, you just stay right here live because you got people here, and this is good. I miss being able to spend all night long on YouTube, you know?
yes,
But I got to do what I got to do right now, you know, while I can.
I totally agree. I mean, so I've been watching. Is it called Longmire? Is that the name of that show series?
I'm going to lose you here for a second because if I don't mute it, it's going to get really loud.
I hear you.
He was flying by, so it won't be too long.
Hey, Eric, good to see you.
What's up, Eric?
A certain amount totally boxed. Yes.
You won't even notice you run things over in a Hemet, Devil Dog.
I need one of those. If it so the air conditioner's not working in my car real good. Never mind. I won't even go into that. But so I may have to stop and rent a car if it gets too bad, or drive at night, one or the other. And I love driving at night anyway because it's less traffic. It seems easier to see at night with the lights and everything. But we'll be on a lot of back roads, so I don't know. What are you doing, Carl?
I'm trying to listen. I've got my ear to the phone. Is the train too loud?
I don't hear the train. Was that the train making that noise? It sounded like you were moving metal boxes.
No, there's a train hauling by.
Oh, okay.
I tried to mute it when he was blaring the horn.
Yeah.
He's almost by.
Night, Eric. You have a good night.
Found an old train grain elevator where they used to pour the grain down, a chute into the train cars. And I was going to go get up in there and videotape the train going by. I think that'll be pretty cool.
Be careful going up and. Oh my goodness.
It takes all the fun out of it, Bonnie.
I know. We have a feed mill here that they had turned into a restaurant, and I worked there. And you wouldn't believe all the hidey places in that building.
There's a number of abandoned videos. I just did a little short on one of those too. But it's just such a waste of space. I mean, they're letting these buildings rot away. They had so much potential.
I'm surprised people aren't coming in and fixing them up, because that's what they do here. The old buildings, it even has the silos behind it, and they turned each silo into a dining area.
You know the standard silos like most farms have, they're made out of concrete or metal, but they're, about 50 to 60 foot tall or whatever.
Yeah.
I always thought about taking and growing pot plants inside of them. Paint the insides all white. Get a ladder where I can go up there and trim buds. Put some lights all the way up the sides of it. Maybe a clear roof on it so the sun can get in there. I could grow 25 foot, 30 foot pot plants in there.
2 miles per gallon.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Your Deuce, a multi-fuel D-Dog, they got those other ones. The first one you showed, Bonnie, a lot of those ran off of diesel, kerosene, whatever you got, you could pretty much throw in there and it'll run.
Oh, wow.
I know, right, Blue? I read somewhere a long time ago, probably in the 70s, that pot plants in certain locations could grow over 25 foot tall.
I just can't
That's a
believe
big ass plant.
Of course, in Texas, you don't see any pot plants growing.
Also read it's one of the most adaptable plants there is on Earth. You can grow in so many different places. Hey, all for us. Good to see you.
Oh, Christine, how you doing, hon?
I've seen blue ones, Eric. I was thinking more like the concrete ones that I grew up around, brick
Yeah,
ones, whatever.
the ones I see are steel, metal, whatever. And what did I just see David say? Was it David? Yes. David, we think it's the blend door with the air conditioner, because it's cooler on one side of the vehicle than it is the other, but it's still not cold on the cooler side. So my son-in-law was gonna, he called me while we were out at my mom's, and he said, "Where's your car?" And I said, "With me." Well, I was gonna put some gas in it, and I said, "Why would you put gas in my car?" And then he started describing the bottle, and I said, "Do you mean Freon?" And he said, "Yes, that's gas." And I said, "Okay, I don't think that's what it is. It wouldn't hurt, but we'll see." And Do you have to gauge that?
Yeah, take it to a shop. Somebody who recharges or repairs
Yeah,
auto air conditioning.
yeah. Well, that's
I got a
and
question for D Dog. If you're still here, Double Dog, I got a question that maybe you can answer because this got me wondering. You remember, like back in
please.
the day, like Mother Earth News, and there was a real strong do-it-yourself fuel stills thing going where they would make biofuels. They'd making their own gasoline. All right, and last I heard, it was legal. And the question is why ain't people doing that more? Why don't I see a lot of people making their own fuel? Devil Dog, what's up with that?
It's against the law
No, it's
and
not. I've read that it's not.
to make your own fuel.
Yeah, and I just don't understand what it is that's keeping people, because I would think more people would be doing it. I would like to do it. I've thought about doing it. It's not even that big of a process. You just got to have the right stuff to do it.
I know. Willie makes something out there, but um, I'm glad you're back, Paul.
Devil Dog probably wasn't even here anymore when I asked him that.
Thank you. I don't know. But I'm sure whenever I take it and they test it and see what it needs and get the parts ordered and everything, when we get back from the trip, it's I'm either getting the air conditioner fixed, new tires, or I'm trading it in. I haven't decided yet. And there's your answer from D-Dog.
I got my answer. Number one, people are stupid. Number two, people are lazy. Number three, people can't think for themselves. Huh. That's a pretty simple and basic answer. Thanks. I heard you can use all kinds of stuff, even like grass clippings and stuff to make fuel.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking into it more. It's been a while since I've read anything about it. It was a fad or a trend or whatever you want to call it back in the 70s for a while. And then it just faded back away. I don't know what happened to that.
I think that would be a good idea. Used to, I was thinking water, but since we have such a shortage of that in Texas, it's like, maybe not water.
Woo! I did that twice now. All right, it wasn't the first time. I'm all for. I did not expect that to stick. All right. I swear, I only said it a couple times in chat, and I meant from the movie Red Dawn, where they were all, trying to survive, and that was their rebel yell was Wolverines in the movie. And I did that a couple times, and doggone if I haven't had to say Wolverines a lot.
You make diesel out of plastic bottles. So wouldn't that solve the plastics thing with the dumps? If they got all the plastic bottles and made fuel out of it? I think there's a whole lot more we could be doing with the trash than just burying it.
I'm going to be doing some looking into that because I remember reading about it in Popular Science magazine, Popular Mechanics magazine, Mother Earth magazine. There was several publications that had information on creating your own biofuel stills. You know,
Yep.
it's probably out there on the internet somewhere still. I got a. I started collecting. You know what the jerry cans are, Bonnie?
Yes.
I started collecting those off of Marketplace and the surplus store and a few places around. I've got about 15 of them now, and I just keep filling them with gas and cycling through them slowly by age. And
Yeah.
I'm keeping a stash of gas because if things get really bad, I can get the heck out of here. And so far, with this much gas, I've got well over 1,000 mile range now. So I just feel a little more comfortable having a whole bunch of gasoline. We're already all on the list, Devil Dog.
Yep. I've been on that list for about a while. And I
Actually,
don't.
Devil Dog, I think I've literally been on a list ever since I started doing the Novi gun show back in the 80s. That's when I think I first got on the list. You know what I mean?
Yep. So Blue Butterfly said they're from Tennessee. Did you see the new law Tennessee made about child abusers?
No, I didn't catch that. Say that again.
Blue said they were from Tennessee, and I said, did you see the new law they made in Tennessee about child abusers?
No, I didn't see that one.
Um, I guess the death sentence. Frog's one of the list keepers. Yes, Blue. I'm pretty sure the death sentence. I can't remember if it's like instant or like they do everybody else.
In that case, Frog, I'd be asking your superiors, why did you get assigned to the most boring of us all?
They did keep tabs on you people. I am nobody. I don't know why you want to keep tabs on me. Hey, Gigi. Hope you're feeling better.
What's up, Gigi?
She's been sick. Getting
That's funny, Frog, because I get accused of being something I'm not a lot, just from my appearance.
blatantly tell people what I do, and they never believe me. I'll believe you. Well, okay, I won't believe you, but I won't tell you you're lying.
Yeah, it's like being on a list. I was serious about that. I started doing as a vendor, you know, selling surplus and whatever I got at different gun shows. And
Exactly.
you had to fill out forms and stuff. And I always felt from that time that I was on a list somewhere just because I filled out those forms. And ever since then, I felt like I have been watched and anything I say on the internet or anywhere, I expect, you know, it's not like it can be hidden. I wouldn't say it, you know, if it was. I totally expect to be, I don't know, monitored. All right. So if you feel like that, you got nothing to hide. I don't have nothing to hide. Whatever. Watch me. I'm pretty boring.
Right. Oh no, more dizzy than usual. Uh-oh. Wear the helmet, Gigi. Do you remember that night when she came back with this big old scratch on her chin?
No, I don't remember that. I must have missed that. What you do? Fall between on a break on the panel?
Yes.
Oh
It's
man.
her.
So what? You come back to the panel and act like nothing happened?
Sorry, Gigi. I remember everything. Not everything, but the good things. It was funny.
That's another thing. Like the algorithms that they detect certain terms or words or something. I hear on YouTube back some 35 years ago, even longer. Even before 9/11, they had a telephone system to where people on telephone calls, if you used a certain phrase or words together, it
Mhm.
was recognized by a computer and routed to somebody who would monitor it. So they've been doing this kind of thing for decades. This is nothing new. It's just more advanced.
Yeah, please don't time out Frog. He's not hurting anybody. And that's weird because I've heard somebody else make that exact same statement. Hmm.
What statement? What's up,
Hey, Phil,
Phil?
how are you doing?
Which statement, Bonnie, have you heard?
Uh, it doesn't matter. It's nothing.
Hmm.
Let me go back up and see what's up.
I think Bonnie's got a little emergency or something going on at home.
No, not here.
Oh, all right. I thought you had to step away. Yes, seen some pretty horrible news about those storms.
And did you see, oh gosh, what country was it? The landslides.
Yeah, I saw something about that too.
There's so many things going on that not just a few people either. It's horrible.
So what's wrong with my appearance? You tell me. That's the funny thing about mirrors. You can look in a mirror every day of your life and not know what you look like to others.
Large hail. How big was it, Blue? Because ours was,
I know a storm blew through here earlier today. A couple hours ago it started. And I had that blanket, like I told you, ready. Throw over my front window if I had to.
Frog, stop it. I'm going to have to do something that I don't want to do.
I guess Blue Butterfly was asking why I haven't had the camera on. It's because I don't have a shirt on. I don't think that's allowed on YouTube, so I just kept the camera off. But I have showed myself many times on panels, haven't I, Bonnie?
Yes. I haven't many times, but a few.
Plus, I do got videos of myself, all kinds of stuff. I'm real. I'm not AI or nothing. Well, was that all you love about me, Gigi?
Indy, please don't leave. Yeah, Blue, our last one was the size of a CD disc. I think they were bigger. I don't think a CD disc is very big compared to that I saw. My hood looks like somebody rammed a football helmet into it.
That hail you showed me pictures of was the craziest, biggest hail I've ever seen. I've seen golf ball, lemon-sized hail. I've never seen hail like you showed me.
We haven't either. And that's what everybody around me is saying. And they're even questioning 3 times within a month. Just doesn't happen. And each time they get bigger and bigger. It's like, no.
You remember a long time ago a commercial where it said, "It's not nice to fool Mother Nature." Well, we kept fooling around with Mother Nature, and look where we are.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in Texas, Blue.
I can remember, I think I've told you this before, but driving into the Panhandle around 70, maybe it was 71, coming in out of Oklahoma into the Panhandle there of Amarillo, we saw a dust storm in my mom's brand new Le Mans. I mean, red and with a white stripe, brand new Le Mans, nice car.
That dust
We
storm
went into that.
paint right
Oh,
off.
yeah. I mean, we pulled over because nobody could see. And then we left and we drove the rest of the way down to into Amarillo. And when we got into my grandpa's driveway and got out, that's when we realized half the car was down to bare metal and already starting to rust a little. I mean, Texas will hurt you.
Maybe a little. You gotta be tough. Oh,
I got some sandblasting I need done. It'd probably be a cheap way.
didn't have the flooding where I'm at, but Houston sure did. Boy. Here,
Did you ever see Rescue's video where he went to the bridge and he's videotaping the flood and there goes a truck with people in it floating by?
oh my goodness, no. I would have felt really bad if I got that on camera. Dadgummit.
Me, I'd be pulling out hooks and straps and trying to save people because I'm stupid that way.
Yes.
Rescue can't do that, of course. Keep in mind, it's got to be frustrating, his limitations.
Yes. Yes.
Although, on the other hand, he is a prime example for all those whine asses with nothing wrong with them who say they can't do anything, there he is in a wheelchair building chicken coops and repairing ramps and sidewalks and
Yeah,
doing it all on a wheelchair.
gardening.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is admirable. But that's just it. That's what I keep saying. There's something you can do. If you can get on a computer and type, you can do something.
Well, today I tried to do absolutely nothing.
Well, you're working. It's understandable. I'm not saying it has to be every minute of every day. Good grief.
The boss showed up twice. The older brother showed up. I didn't participate in anything today. All right, I mean, just can I have one day? You know, that's all I wanted was a day to do nothing, no responsibilities all day long. That's what I wanted.
Cincinnati Association for the Blind. You heard of that?
You know, I mean, I've heard of WKRP in Cincinnati, but that's about it. Drove through Cincinnati a couple times, but I don't remember much. I walked through Ohio a couple times. I came in back to Michigan through the mountainous side, which was great. But when I was younger, I had to hitchhike through the other side of Ohio, and that was like barren wastelands of nothingness. A mile felt like 20. All right, there was nothing there. It was just flat.
Hey, Black Watch.
So
Garrett.
like, well,
I've just seen so many. I've seen them in wheelchairs playing basketball. Seen them. It's all in your. It's all in your mind. You have to have the mindset to get past it. This trip I'm fixing to take. So it's been quite a while since I took a trip, and having agoraphobia before, I'm a little nervous, but I'm gonna fight through it. No fear. And that's what you have to do. You have to just keep fighting through it, or it's just going to stay there.
well, whatever happens, even stupid decisions make good stories later. You
Yeah.
don't do anything, you won't have nothing to talk about. Yeah, I like adventure, you know. I like I like hanging around somebody that goes, "Hey, let's walk over there and check that out." You know, or "Hey, let's go down to the beach." You know, it's the ones that are like, "Oh, I want to go play video games at home." You know, that's that. I'm not
Yeah.
very compatible with that. I have to have something to do, you know?
Yes.
On the other hand, I've done a lot. So I'm kind of thankful that I did a lot when I was young and seen a lot too, because now I have reference.
Yeah.
You see the weights I found? Because I walked out into a field and found a couple of antique 30-pound weights. They're old scale weights, you know, like you'd use for measuring or weighing grain bags or something.
Oh, cool.
And I thought, well, I found 3 of them. I'm like, well, that's 90 pounds to carry, but be doggone if I looked them up, they were $75 a piece.
That's awesome.
Make a heck of a doorstop.
Yeah.
I've been using them for dumbbells. Started lifting a little weight. It's funny how
Yeah.
you get stuff like that because I've been wanting to get some dumbbells. I used to use them. It'd be good for me. Well, there, I found some dumbbells out of the blue.
I got one of those resistance things, and I've been doing that in no definition yet, but it's gonna get there, dang it. Working
You
on it.
can resistance without anything, just sitting there. You can push against your hands and then hook your hands together and pull against your hands. You can do that in chairs and against walls. There's a bunch of different resistant trainings that you could do that are simple. You don't need any exercise equipment to do it.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'll let you know when I'm doing push-up. I can get off the floor now, dang it.
I can still do a fair amount of push-ups. I was really good at those. I could do like 72 push-ups in a minute at one point in my life. 72 a minute. That's faster than one a second, Bonnie.
Wow. You know, it's good exercise for, well, not upper body, but dancing.
Yeah, I don't really slow. I mean, I don't fast dance much, right? I haven't, but a couple times in my life. I like slow dancing. That's all I've ever really enjoyed.
Pushing your luck. You dog, I'm pretty sure you got enough, you get enough exercise. Did you see how much corn he was going to plant? Holy cow.
Well, I know Devil Dog's active. He wouldn't have all that going on if he wasn't.
Yeah. Hey, Cheryl. Did you see that?
Yeah, thanks, Cheryl. I don't know. I don't know. I appreciate the. It's just weird. Right? Why are people on the internet like me, but not many people in real life? I never get compliments like that in real life. Well, I should never, but you know what I mean? It's just a little weird to be, I don't know, praised, right? But I appreciate it. I just don't know how to take it. If I ever did like write something down or do an audio story thing, it would be about my juvenile history because that
Oh,
was crazy.
sorry about that. One of my close friends just broke her hip
Oh,
2 weeks ago.
you want to get off of here? Is
Huh?
that what you just said just now? Did you just find out about? Oh, I see. You read a comment. I see it. I thought you meant you just got a notice or a message that just happened.
No. It's been a few weeks since she broke her hip. Yeah, I need to get her some tacos and take them to her before I leave. She is taco crazy too. Everybody in Texas is. We got taco places all over the place.
They're kind of like the perfect food. You got some grain in there. You've got vegetables. You got meats. You got some dairy. They got everything.
Hey, Tom.
What's
How are
up,
you
Tom?
this fine evening? Yeah, it
I
takes
don't
time.
know. they're picking on me in chat, Bonnie, but I'm unaffected because I learned a long time ago I ain't like anybody I know. So I can't be. I don't know about any label fitting. I just don't.
Margaritas, Mexican margaritas. Just saying.
Monte Alban Mezcal tequila. That's where it's at with the little agave worm. I love that stuff. That tequila is like liquid candy. All right, that I love that tequila.
Jose Cuero. You are a friend of mine.
Can't pick on me no more, Eric. Tom's the oldest one here now.
When you were a sniper in the what? Civil War.
Yeah, he's picking on me too. But
Yes.
now I'm not the oldest guy at the party because Tom showed up. What's up, Tom? See ya.
Only as old as you feel.
Oh, so you're gonna go all solitary with no plural there, Garrett? It's Wolverines with a plural, not singular, man. Yes, I did, Tom. Uh, I saw a picture of Tom without his hat. He's got long hair. He is probably one of the last surviving West Virginia hill hippies that's out there. All right, yeah, you got to see that. Yep, he's a hill hippie. That's what I'm forever on now. That's how I'm going to see him.
Have you ever tried cherry vodka?
Cherry vodka, no. No, if I was going to do vodka, I want that absolute, the high proof version because you can't even taste it. You can drink that stuff, you don't even know you're getting drunk.
Oh, but oh,
I can't remember the proof that there's two different proofs of absolute. One of them's way better than the other.
I don't know. I've got from 3% up to 190.
That's Everclear.
Yeah.
Everclear is 190 proof.
Tito's. It's made in Texas.
When I lived in North Carolina, I met a couple of guys that knew a couple of guys, and I was getting White Lightning, and it was okay, and it was powerful, and you get drunker and shit off it, but it had a bite. I mean, you're drinking it. After a couple of months, one of them called me over to his apartment and says, "Hey, sit down here." And he hands me, the smallest mason jars, the very small ones. He hands me a little mason jar and says, "You ain't got to do anything, right?" "No, I'm good." And he says, "Drink this, but don't get out of that chair." So I did, and it was smooth, all right? There was no bite to it. I didn't even, I wasn't scared of it at all. In fact, it was pretty good. And when I drank that thing, and I drank it fast. And when I went to go stand up was when I realized I was drunk. Just from that little, and it was called corn liquor, Bonnie. It's not White Lightning. They make something that's way better, and it's called corn liquor.
Yes.
I want more of that. I want some of that.
Well, you just about got everything to make it there.
What's up,
Um,
V? Mhm. Unspecified V. Ain't seen her in a minute.
there you go, V.
But I guess also that corn liquor is the one that kills people too, pretty often, to where it's dangerous to make it because it can be poisoning.
Yeah.
So you let them drink it first, so you know it's safe.
Traveling. Yeah, I would. That's same, Eric, for 35, oh, almost 40 years. No, it's about 35 years. But
Over the last few decades, I've drank a few times. So I think I drink like once every decade now. And when I mean drink, I'll start drinking at noon and I'll drink until 2, 3, 4 in the morning. That's,
oh,
I don't do that very often, but it's 2024. I've got a few bottles of whiskey and that decade's almost up. So it's probably getting pretty close. And
you have to,
if I ever have a drinking day, I'm gonna jump panel to panel as much as I can. Guarantee it. Because you think I talk now. I talk a lot. I'm pretty damn social when I drink.
well, and that's not something I know I would be doing all the time, just once in a while. Just,
Well, I'm never gonna do it all the time because I hate hangovers.
ah,
I, I,
I
I,
would hear that. Cold pizza and a Coca-Cola.
mm,
Hangover gone. For
yeah,
real.
nothing's that good for me. In fact, that's why I don't like beer. If I drink beer, I'll be 2 beers in, and the headache will start. And I can keep drinking that beer. There's no way I can drink enough of it for that hangover not to start developing. And what I believe is with the whiskeys, or because I like tequila and whiskey, and if I drink them, I'm getting enough of that quick enough that I'm not getting the effects right away. But I'll tell you, I usually pay for it the next day or two from drinking. So that's why I don't like to drink. I've always had that issue.
Well, if you get a headache after two, maybe you kind of have a reaction to it. Does alcohol do you the same way? Liquor?
Nope, nothing at all. I can drink that stuff all day long and not pay for it till the next day. Last time I got drunk was 8 years ago. I drank 2 fists of whiskey in probably 6 hours, and then I made the mistake that I only had a bottle of rum. So I added a bottle of rum on top of the bottles of whiskey, and that's what made me ill, I'm sure. If I would have stuck to just whiskey, I'd have been better off.
Yeah, you don't. Some things you just can't mix.
I know
Uh,
that sober, but I wasn't sober, so I made a bad choice, one of those things.
Edgefield and Abbeville. Okay. No, you can't blame liquor for anything you do bad.
No, I don't. But I consider myself very fortunate that I've never craved it because I've had a lot of friends that have lost their lives and taken other people's lives drinking too much. And I consider myself lucky that I don't have to have it. Yeah, I've done my share of drinking, especially when I was young and stuff. but I never drink and drive. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna risk somebody else's life or something. And I like
No.
to be in control of my faculties. Number one, that's why I never did hard drugs and drinking all the time, because I like to be in control of myself, especially out in public. Why would I want to be stoned on something I can't even walk right out in front of people, can't even defend myself or take care of myself? I never liked the idea of it even.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't drink and drive. That's just doesn't go together.
Nobody's ever seen me sloppy drunk in an asshole, or I've never been that close.
Hey, Tom, how are you?
I'm tolerably well for an old guy. How are you guys?
Doing great. You're not old. Don't listen to
Carl, I'm ashamed to say they have seen me sloppy drunk, brother.
I'm always the last one. Even when I was younger, I'd be the last one standing time. I'd be the one that carrying guys around like sacks of potatoes, having to drive people home, take care of the band equipment. I ended up with all the damn responsibilities, being the last one standing.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. We all had fun.
Well, now they're mostly all dead, and I'm still the last one standing.
There's a point. Hello, blue butterfly. Oh, I don't know. I just felt like I wanted to come in and say hi and kind of be a part of.
Glad you did, Tom. I've always enjoyed your company.
You're always welcome up.
I spent the afternoon today driving back roads, hopping in and out of the truck, cutting down mullein plants.
Cool.
I gotta tell you, Tom, if I ever get down in them woods again, I want to meet you. I want to sit on a porch and just talk.
Oh man, I got the porch for it too, brother. So yeah, I'd love to have you.
I love them hills, man. I had a guy let me use his property in West Virginia. It was a big old unused tobacco farm that basically he still used a farmhouse to congregate and party in. And he took me out there. I'm like, oh, look at all this land, rolling hills, and I'm like, can I come out here and hunt? He's like, do what you want out here. And so for a couple of years living in North Carolina, I could drive up into West Virginia and hang out at this farm. I did this once by myself for like 2 weeks straight, walked all them mountains I could find. I found a steer skull in a ravine. I mean, it was just a good time.
Wow.
I found these tobacco shacks that hadn't been touched in years that were just full of black widows. I mean, we're talking big black widows, 100 of them in each little shack. There was some cool things in it. I actually smoked some of that old tobacco, Tom, and it was still good. The stuff you find up in the rafters and stuff. I know you must have tobacco farms around you.
I don't know, not up here. No, but tobacco has to age 2 years before it's considered fit to smoke.
Man, I think I was smoking 20-year-old tobacco at least, and it was still decent.
It was just mellow. I promise.
Yeah, the only tobacco farm I've seen was in Kentucky.
North Carolina is full of them.
Excuse my cuckoo clock there. Don't have any control over that. Oh yeah. No, we don't have tobacco up here. It's this is coal country up here, really, and just basic farmland.
Oh, you see that, Tom?
I'm sorry. What?
Can you see chat? There you go. I pinned it.
And Eric's feeling a little neglected.
Thank you so much. Oh, I didn't see that.
He feels a little neglected every now and then. You got to reassure him. What's up, Eric? Hope you're doing well. I hope you have some excellent sales at the market, man.
Yes.
I still haven't gotten used to seeing in the watching both the stream and the chat, and especially if I'm on somebody else's stream, I wonder if I should interrupt and say hello to people. But hello to everybody.
I got a choice here on the phone, Tom. I can either watch chat or see the panel.
Exactly.
So, I mean, yeah. So when your icon's off, you can go to the chat. You can click on the chat, see everything going on. But for me, it takes a minute to get back to the panel. So if somebody shows something on the panel, I'm likely to miss it.
Right. Right.
What's up, NC Debs?
Yeah, there's Debs. I remember Debs from a long, long time ago.
Oh,
No
yeah.
doubt.
Yeah, Deb, I tell you what, I remember in downtown Winston-Salem, North Carolina, in the mornings, they would be a ring of like 40 or 50 giant tobacco-filled wagons would pull up in front of the factory. And the guys would come out there with sticks and little sensors, and they would inspect the tobacco loads. And the Philip Morris Company, Winston and Salem Cigarettes and Winston-Salem, they would only take the best stuff. So a lot of those wagons would get rejected and sent down the road. And then the next factory would inspect it, and you get Class A and B tobacco that way. But that Winston-Salem factory was impressive. I went on a tour there, and I saw 100,000 cigarettes made within 5 seconds or something. It was like just a massive amount of cigarettes coming through that place. And they give you a tour, and then I came out of there with 2 of the old paper shopping bags full of stuff. I mean, ashtrays, pipe tobacco, pipes, pipe cleaning, cigarettes, matches, just anything to do with smoking. They give you all this stuff. Then they put me on a list for decades. I got free cigarettes on my birthday and at Christmas and stuff. They'd send me coupons because I'd gone on that tour. That is one of the most loyal companies there. That's why I used to smoke is Winston's, because they were 100% tobacco, nothing in them. And that's what I smoked for years and years. But yeah, that talk about a company who appreciates their customers.
And this was Philip Morris.
Yeah, that was, or not Philip Morris. I'm sorry, it's R.J. Reynolds. I'm thinking of their competitor.
I was going to say, who makes
Philip Morris is Marlboro. Yeah, yeah, I was totally on the wrong company. Yes, R.J. Reynolds.
Mine are Philip Morris.
Yeah, I'm just making sure you're paying attention there, Tom. Wink, wink.
I always thought Winston's had a really weird, nasty flavor. I was a Marlboro smoker for years until I started.
Was that recent, or you mean back in the day you thought that?
Back in the day.
Huh.
Way back in the day.
Back in the Civil War.
Yeah, slightly after that, but yeah.
You know what I like to say these days? That catches people off guard, Tom, is when we're talking about something in the past, I go back in the 1900s.
Somebody said something about something that happened 30 years ago, and I'm thinking the 70s, and they said no, 1994, and no, I need to go lay down.
Nice.
Didn't you just post that on your page?
I did. Yeah. I did. You ain't gonna get nothing original from me. Come on.
Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, I always liked the Winstons, but when I worked at the bars, I started collecting those Marlboro Miles. And then I had a gal give me like a trash bag full of them. So now I had thousands of these little tiny itty bitty pieces of paper, and I sent them all into Marlboro at once. And it took a whole UPS truck to deliver what I got. I got sleeping bags, tents, and radios and backpacks, and what I was after for myself to keep was these. I still got a couple pair. but they were Swiss Army sunglasses, all right? And they have a spring-loaded nose area, and they're like the old aviator style, so they hug your face. You can do anything, they ain't gonna fall off. I love the things, all right? And I ordered like 7 pairs, so I'd be good to go. They sent me a letter, said, well, we only had a couple pairs we could give you, so here's a supplement. And they gave me a bunch more tents or something. And ever since then, I've been trying to win them on eBay and stuff. Those buggers go to $500 now, Tom. They're not, you can't get them cheap anymore.
Oh, yeah. We got a jacket, I think, and a backpack with those Marlboro miles. And I don't know where any of that stuff is now, of course, but it was good quality stuff.
I mean, some of it was decent. The sleeping bags, those red sleeping bags, they were Dacron filled in nylon. You get them wet, you're going to be miserable all night.
Well, yeah. Well, hey, man, I learned a long time ago. I don't want to sleep outside anymore. Stealing tree, yeah.
You ain't slept inside in 3 years, Tom. I ain't been in a building.
Oh, is that right? Wow.
And
I've been living in tents. I've been living in this truck or tents for over 3 years now.
that's
Number
when I
one,
get that
stealing
patio.
tree. Carl and I are mature enough that we don't need to fight. We'll talk it out.
We'd get whiskey out, and it would be all settled.
Yeah, we'd have a drink. We'd smoke a bowl. It would be okay. We'd have to stop halfway through the fight and take our meds and a nap, he says.
And you know what? To be honest, Eric, I'm getting up there, but I'm lucky, man. I don't have any meds. I ain't seen a doctor since 1984. That was just to get a needle out of my foot. I'm feeling pretty good for my age, all right. And I run circles around some of these young folk, and I'm not even making that up.
Okay,
I am of the opinion that doctors are for when you get hurt or if you're really sick.
Boy, I couldn't get that needle out myself. That was Christmas Day, 1984, Tom. I was shuffling my feet on carpeting barefoot, and a 2-inch leather needle shot up the arch of my foot and broke off an inch from the surface. There was no way I was getting that thing out, and I found out at that very moment there's more nerves in the arch of your foot than anywhere else on your body. All right, so I could move my pinky finger and feel that damn needle in my foot.
No doubt.
They got me up to the hospital. I made them put mirrors up and stuff and told them, you better hold me down. And they cut me open, and it was all hell on earth until he touched that thing, all right, with a probe. He found that needle half, and it felt like an electric shock. He grabbed onto it. When he pulled it out, it was like total relief. I watched him in the mirror sew my foot back all together and stuff, and it was all cool, man, because it didn't hurt like it did while that needle was in my foot.
Would y'all excuse me for just a second? Y'all just keep talking. I'll be right back.
Ronnie has to go fix a stiff drink talking about all this pain. Yeah.
That was a moment. That was for sure. Remember that pretty vividly for being so long ago. How many years is that? 84 to
forget pain like that, man.
I joke around with you too, Eric. I've always liked you. We've chatted a long time, and I'd pick on you just like you pick on me. Fair's fair. If you can take it as well as you dish it out, that makes you an even better person to me. People razz me all the time. And a matter of fact, if I didn't screw with somebody, I probably don't like them. That's the truth. The more I like somebody, the more likely I am to joke around with them. I don't know, Blue. I don't know what tent you're talking about, but I make tents, and I made myself a tent that I don't want any other tents. Some of my community page. It's a big 17.5 by 17.5 pyramidal 10-foot tall tent that I made like over 25 years ago. Thing still standing strong. Been through all kinds of Michigan winters and everything. Got a wood stove and screen walls, and it's pretty decked out. I like tents. I fix a lot of tents. I make tents. I repair a lot of zippers on tents. If I ever get on the road and start visiting some of you good people, I could be doing gear repair, tent repairs and stuff on site because I got my machine in the truck and a lot of supplies.
You have that deuce and a quarter, or
no? I've got a Dodge Power Wagon. You know, one of the ones that were converted over for military use.
Okay.
It was an ambulance body they used for a radio truck. I put a wood stove in it and all kinds of stuff.
Wow.
I don't know if I take it that far, Blackwatch. Then you get a little weird. I don't know if I've ever been turned on by a tent. All right. Just saying. I've made yurts.
I've made that old canvas, though, from those tents when I was a kid.
Oh, now you're talking. I love the smell of the surplus store. All right. That canvas smell right there, that's home.
No doubt. No doubt.
What on earth did I come back to?
Smell of canvas.
You wouldn't understand, Bonnie.
Well, she's a Texan gal now, Tom. She might. My mom worked at a Army surplus store in Amarillo, Texas in World War II. And they would do a lot of the uniforms and all that stuff for the soldiers and stuff. That's where she picked up sewing.
Cool. I need to look for a surplus. I don't know. I always thought the Salvation Army was a surplus. It's not.
No, far from that. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever even seen one anywhere. I don't know why, with all the bases we have around.
Well, I've done quite a bit of business with a lot of surplus stores, whereas I was doing repairs on the big Army tents and tarps and vehicle canvas, and got in with these people, the Michigan Military Vehicle Preservation Association. I was doing a whole lot of sewing for them. And over the years, you know, the canvas that they use on all that old stuff has been completely replaced with vinyl now. It's a polyester weave coated with a vinyl outer. It's way better. You don't have to treat it no more. Those old canvas tents, you had to treat those every couple of years with a treatment to keep them waterproof, you know. And if you put them away wet, you destroyed it. You know, you'll pull it out next year, it'll be rotted and falling apart.
Oh, blue, same here. South to the beach. That's my next trip.
Have you had any of that bad weather, Bonnie?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No big deal. Yeah, everything's destroyed.
Just tornadoes and ginormous hail. You know, nothing.
Wow.
Getting a new roof. Got a new windshield on my car.
That bad? Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my.
That was when I shouldn't have been sitting in my house, I don't think. I was lucky, though, because some of my neighbors, it went straight through the roof. The one that broke her hip, stuck in bed, of course. It went through her, in her bedroom, went through her roof with so much force that it bounced, ricocheted off a wall and to another wall and busted the picture frame.
You're talking hail or wind?
Hail.
Oh
It
my!
was like we were being bombed. It was crazy.
And your roof got damaged too.
Yeah, I have a big crater. It didn't go all the way through, but almost. It's like you can see the ceiling through the
Oh
crater.
wow! Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
We've
And
had some really intense rain here, but so far, thankfully, nothing devastating.
Nothing more humbling than Mother Nature.
Oh, Mother Nature will show you what it's all about, I'll tell you.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, folks,
No,
I just wanted to swing in and say hello. I appreciate you letting me come on, Bonnie. And
I'm glad
Carl,
you came up, Tom.
man, always good to talk to you. I don't know. I got to figure out some way to maybe start doing some things myself. But I'll say goodnight to everybody.
You
Thanks
doing any
again.
woodworking?
I'm sorry.
You doing any more woodworking?
No.
No.
I've just been taking care of the place, trying to stay alive.
I understand that.
All right. Hey,
Well, good
everybody in the
night,
chat, good to
John.
see you. Love y'all. Resist. I'm out of here.
Absolutely.
It's always a hoot, man. I appreciate you, man.
We'll get together, Carl. I hope. Good
I
night,
Me
will.
y'all.
too.
You take care. He's a good guy.
Those Southern guys taught me a lot of patience when I was young. You know, sit down here on the porch, drink this. Let's sit here and think about it. Then we'll go do it.
Yeah. Hey, Huckleberry.
Come here.
And then number two.
Get out of the city, Blackwatch. You can park anywhere.
Well, he's kind of stuck there. A lot of people are stuck there. And
I mention you quite a bit, Frog. In fact, whenever I do a live, you're welcome to come up on my panel. I want to
well,
know more about Frog. Frog's been in the community here now for years, and I hardly know anything about him.
yeah, Frog, come up here and show yourself.
He ain't got to show himself. Just tell us something about himself.
Okay,
Something
but
real. I mean,
not.
I'm not.
I don't want to see it all.
I don't want to see. I don't want to see nothing either.
Frog, you're still here, so you know how you. You ran off Indy. Hey, Brew. Good to see you.
Yeah, what's up, bro? I got
Yeah,
to open up some of my projects in the last couple of days. It's fun to work on your own stuff after you work on everybody else's stuff all the time.
true. That's my mother. She keeps trying to get me to haul this stuff out of her house. And I'm like, where am I supposed to put this? And she goes, well, why don't you sell it? And I said, yep, I'll take a picture right here and sell it right here. Why move it to another location where the people that buy it are probably going to be that direction. I don't know. I'm just not. I'm not bringing it all home. She was getting rid of wine glasses and so I was like, okay, I'll take a few of these to add to my glass collection, but that's it.
I was kind of raised into that. You know, my mom did antiques sales and all this stuff back when I was a kid, and by the 80s, she started doing flea markets every now and then. She usually Depression era glass, different stuff like that, and
Yep.
antiques. And because I was always there playing forklift for her, anyways, I started doing it too. And I started off with my own table. Next thing you know, I was renting my own spots next to hers, and then I was bringing my sewing machine. I got some pictures of it too, where I'd have army surplus just hanging everywhere. And I started off doing auction houses and flea markets, and then I start setting up at vehicle shows and gun shows and stuff. And I did that for years, kind of like what Eric's doing. And then eBay came along, right? And in the late 90s there, it was taken off. There was no PayPal. It was all on a trust basis. You know, people send you checks. You wait till they clear 10 days or whatever, send them the item. And there was never no issues. And it was great because I didn't have to lift the shit all the time anymore. You'd put it in a box, send it away, and you're done with it. But with somebody like Eric, he's got to unpack all that stuff, set it all up. Anything that doesn't sell, he's got to pack it all back up. Shit, sometimes I'd end up buying more than I had started off with at an auction or something, so I had to take even more home. And
Yeah.
each time you go to a new place, you got to do the whole setup thing. You pay for your lot. eBay was a blessing in the beginning, all right, because I was able to offload anything on eBay. Right? I sold a lot. I was a power seller. I did that for 25 years, you know. Uh, but now I kind of miss the socializing part of it, like the barter and haggle and trade. And I don't know if you ever gone back and forth for offers and prices on things with people, but I kind of find that fun. You know,
Yeah.
I like auctions too. That's kind of fun.
Yeah. I love auctions and the absolutely barter over the prices because they're going to go down. They're trying to get rid of it. I've gotten some really good deals on stuff doing that.
A couple years back, not long ago, actually, it's probably been 4 years. I was doing something they called the yard sale trail. It goes up on the outer rim of the thumb of Michigan. The whole length of the thumb of Michigan is nothing but yard sales on the coast, kind of on the coast. And if you just drive, 75 miles up and 75 miles back, you can hit 1,000 yard sales. And anyways, on this one, I was looking for a little portable refrigerator, and I come in there, and I looked at a few I didn't like. I finally saw one. She had it marked for something like $15. And I was like, "What's wrong with it?" She says, "Nothing's wrong with it. We've used it for years. It works great. It looks a little old." I said, "Yeah, that's from the 70s or something." She goes, "Yep." I go, "Will you take less than 15?" She goes, $14. I said, 12. She said, "All right, $15." I said, "How about 10?" She goes, "No." And we went back and forth, and I got her down to $6.50 for that refrigerator.
Yeah.
And I walked away smiling, and she goes, "Hey." I said, "What?" "Thank you." I said, "For what?" She says, "I haven't been able to do that in a long time. That was fun. That was worth every bit of that."
Yep.
The refrigerator still worked. I gave that thing away not long ago, and it still worked.
I think it's in Mexico. I know some of them get offended if you don't try to barter with them.
I do a lot of trading. I do. I did enough trading back in the day that people would have me do trades for them. They would provide me with an item and say, take that with you and give me something I like. And I did. And I pulled some expensive trades off even, you know. It's still fun. I like doing that. I've traded vehicles and trailers and stuff for people even. Kind of like a broker in a way.
Yeah, I think we're going to be doing a lot more of that.
What's up, Victor?
Victor. Well, hello to you. Good to see you, Victor.
That's what sucks about that. That's a hard way to go, Eric. I remember literally surviving on this flea marketing for a while. And one weekend, I might only make a couple $100. All week long, I wouldn't make squat. But then every now and then, I'd get a weekend where I'd make $2,000, $3,000. You know, it would be hit and miss. It was always hit and miss in that world to me, at least for me.
Yeah. We used to have a auction barn. It was kind of in the middle of nowhere too. Everything's in the middle of nowhere here. And
I like middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere is good. Boonies, you know, that's
no barn, and they just would fill it up. It was able to be locked, but I think it was every Saturday night they had an auction there, and that's where I got a lot of my antique furniture.
see up north and here in Michigan, not far below Traverse City, Michigan. That well, I had a lot there at a flea market for the whole year. I kept the same spot, and there was a lot of elderly people involved around me. Some of the vendors, they're all gone now, but even the owners were up there above me. So it paid off that I helped them. All right, I did a lot of lifting for these people,
Yeah.
and they got to where they had a full-time auction on the weekends. They'd have an auction on Friday night, Saturday night, and then it'd go back to the regular flea market. Anyways, people would just drive trucks and trailers through this auction hall right outside, bleachers around the auctioneer under a little shack, and they just pull stuff out of their vehicles and auction it right on the spot. And they were usually dollar box lots, starts off at $1. Everybody would go and look and see what's going to be up for sale, and you really didn't dig in the boxes or nothing. It was kind of like guesswork at some point. But anytime, all that help I gave them, anytime anything military, army looking, or anything like that would come through that auction, I'd be at my spot and I'd hear across the auction or the flea market here, we have something military here up for auction. They would yell it really loud so I would hear it, so I could get somebody to watch my spot and run down to the auction, bid on it, win it, and run back to my thing. It was a pretty good arrangement.
Dylan Tree. That was something I was just thinking about. What was it? Oh, eBay. I'm telling you, you can sell anything on eBay right now. I think that's what all the newcomers are using. And
Yes, no. All right. If you've got something of value, it's worth putting on eBay because you get a worldwide audience if you do international shipping. On the other hand, if you have normal just household items and stuff, or things of medium value or large, hard to ship things, go with Marketplace because Marketplace is taking over. All right. There's no fees. It's in the end, between PayPal and eBay, they get 16% of everything you do after that before taxes. So,
I know that. I don't even like
yeah.
Marketplace.
Well, Marketplace is free, all right, and it's a good. I've done a lot on Marketplace. That's the where you'll do well on that.
Maybe. I just.
Well, You can do meetups or you can do porch pickups. You can set up a little area, and have people show up. It's free.
Yeah, I know. And I think that's how I got my outdoor rug was on Marketplace maybe. And we met up. It was it was a fine sale. It wasn't no problems.
Eric, that's why I don't do it no more. They've treated, all right, I was one of the first ones to join PayPal. All right. And they just took off with unfair modifications to the whole process. It used to be where if somebody came in and they were unsatisfied with your product and left you a bad feedback, you could leave a bad feedback or a retort in reply. Now you can't leave bad feedback as a seller against any buyer. All right. If a buyer decides that they don't like the item, they might not even have to send it back to you. They just keep it and you have to refund them. Have to refund them. You're forced to. They've made it very unfair for sellers on eBay. There's a lot of reasons why I don't do it anymore.
Oh, uh-oh. I didn't do that. I was trying to let Black watch up. Carl, I did not boot you. What happened?
Should I feel offended or something here? I don't know. All I
Okay,
was going to say
so I was
I was going to say a good Memorial Day to you guys tomorrow, but
why are you feeling offended? Oh, there he is.
I don't know what you just said.
No, right when I was pushing to let you up, Carl disappeared, and I was like, I hope I didn't do that. I don't think I did it. I was just letting Black watch up.
It told me I had to reload.
Oh, okay, good. It was you, not me.
See, there you go. Not our fault.
No, I got knocked off for some reason, but no biggie. I don't even know where it cut off on me. I was talking away.
Still in tree. How much you want for that tent?
It's a green small dome tent. I think they called it a 3-person tent. They were pretty decent.
That's perfectly big enough. I got this idea.
They come with a rain fly, but if you use that tent and cover it with a polyethylene, one of those regular tarps, they're really weather resistant.
Well, I'm thinking indoors. Winter. So,
We had a thing here. We have provincial West-East convention centers, and the East one, which was in Pickering, they took over because it wasn't busy. They took over as a flea market type of thing, and the province started, like auto shows and things. So the two brothers that ran it had a building built for it called the Pickering Market, and where they put the slabs on the side of the girders. But anyway, it had to close a couple of years ago after 43 years. The pandemic, which was a shame. It was like an institution, Carl. It was like everybody went there Sundays, which was a shame. But time and tide. What, I cleared the whole panel? Cool. How did I do that?
no, you didn't. And you know what? And that's a thing too. If we ought to do a big auction on YouTube. Seriously. With a little bit of everything. Is that a crazy idea? You're just sitting there.
No, I was watching some lights across the railroad tracks where they shouldn't be.
Oh, yeah, keep an eye on that. That's that Longmire that I'm watching. I think that's what it's called, Longmire. And every week it's a, well, not every week, but every episode, I guess, is a investigation on a death or something. Thank you, Eric. Let me write that down.
They were pretty decent little tents, and the color green mixed into the background pretty good. I can't stand tents that are bright orange or something. They stand out. It's like eye pollution to me.
Yeah, no. We used to
Like,
have one. It was like a flippin' motel room. It was humongous, and it was the tan canvas color.
You
But
got
multi-room tent.
no, it was one room, but it was just huge. One-
I even recently saw a 2-story tent.
Well,
to.
that doesn't sound safe. I wouldn't be up there on the top part.
I actually have there's like a half an hour video of it. I have it saved in my watch list. I haven't watched yet, but it was intriguing. I mean,
It is E.
Two-story tent.
it exists, man.
Oh, I'm sure it does in somebody's imagination, you know.
I mean, in reality, it's here on YouTube. There's guys doing a review on it. I haven't watched it yet, but I've saved it in my watch list. It's there.
This
I got it still into. If you want to remove it, you can.
this tent was slightly and gently used by one Paul Bunyan, only 45 stories tall, 3 elevators, 4 washrooms, and a dining hall.
Back in the early 1980s, Black Watch, I wanted one bad. All right, I had really wanted a military jungle hammock for a long time. Finally found one in an old surplus store. Talked to guy because this one was hanging in the ceiling. It wasn't really for sale. I had to talk him out of it. I get this thing. I set it about 35, 40 feet off the ground in this tree that I knew was perfect for it, and near a railroad track by chance. Anyways, I finally got get it up there, and I got good and plastered that night and fell asleep in that hammock. And in the morning when I woke up, I had a stiff neck from hell. All right. And I had to climb across the rope because I had like a rope bridge to get to it. And I remember thinking to myself, man, I could die up here. All right. Just because I was so stiff and screwed up from sleeping in a U shape. I can't sleep in a U shape, man. I cannot sleep in a hammock. It'll bend my ass backwards in a way that my body just doesn't appreciate. I got to be flat, all right? It ain't no bending the other ways.
There's a channel I've been watching for about 2 years, and he's a self-admitted tramp, but he's on a mountain in Spain. Talk about, like day-to-day life and what it is. You got to go get water. You got to, I don't know how he does it. I just, But then again, he's what, 40, just turned 45. But
I wouldn't make it at this age, right? That was 40-something years ago.
I
think
Carl, we need a 10-minute break. Bonnie's got the giggles again. I don't know.
That's good for her.
I know. Kind of like watching the fizz on a pop when you pour it, in a glass.
I'm just thinking. Never mind. Dadgum
No, now
good.
you gotta tell us. Now you gotta tell us.
It's just I have too vivid of imagination, I guess, and I'm thinking, did you ever? You were talking about being in a U shape. Never mind. It's stupid. I can't go out.
What? I couldn't even understand. All I got out of that was U shape.
I think, Carl, she's going to have to borrow my box of crayons and draw us a picture. She ain't going to get through this at all, you know.
Some people just ain't made to sleep in hammocks. That's all.
Right now, she's leaning on the wall. She can hardly stand up, you know.
Quit watching me black watch.
I could imagine playing horseshoes with you. It must be a real hoot. You shape. Wow. I don't know what she's talking about.
Oh Lordy, that was almost as good as the Wiggle Pickles.
Of the what?
The Wiggle.
Just write it down and hold it up to the camera.
I think I heard wiggle. So, is Victor still here?
Did she
She turned her mic off.
talking about a pretzel? I don't. What?
Yeah, she might have done that, Frog. You might be right. She did mention that. I think I could use a drink.
I guess this is a flashback to the Wiggle Pickle Factory, is it? I don't know.
All right, darn it. That's
You can do this, girlfriend. Just hang on to your walker. You'll be fine.
damn drugs. Yeah.
I haven't tried that yet, Frog. I heard about it, though.
Okay, wait. I can't see now. My eyes.
That's what I'm doing.
See, you know you're insane when you can make yourself laugh yourself to death over something stupid.
There it is, right there. That's what I was waiting for.
Carl, her eyes aren't glazing over again.
Dear Blue!
What the hell?
I actually got some wicked smoke, Blue. I've been getting this keef on sale, so I'll roll a joint of like 34% THC, and then I'll sprinkle 49% THC keef all over in it, and then it's like this super bomb that would paralyze a moose.
Carl, I'll mute because this is going to kill me again. Tell them about your sleeping bag story.
Oh, that wiggle. All right. I thought you
No, I was talking about the pickle, but then I remembered your sleeping bag story, and I was like, oh, Lord.
well, Echo is not even here. If Echo was here, I could make her laugh again. That one tickled me. All right. Well, there's this buddy of me. We used to go hiking. All right, we get our new gear or new packs or something. We go check it out. We'd walk miles. All right, we go out camping, hiking, and he'd have his beer, and I'd have my whiskeys or tequila or whatever. Sometimes people would go, but usually me and him, we'd end up in miles away from somewhere. Then one night we go out and set up camp, and he drank all his beer, so he got into my whiskey. And I knew he was something was gonna happen, all right, because he'd get sick on that, and I didn't want to be nowhere near it. So I put my little camp off probably 50 feet from him, and we got these army sleeping bags, they zip right up to your face. And we ate some cans of beans. I remember big cans of bush beans we had.
And they're green. Forget they're
Well, we went to sleep, and I heard something in the middle of the night, hours after we'd gone down, and I take my mag light and turned it on and shined it on him, and there's like a 40, 50-pound coon sitting on his chest, scooping his vomit out of his mouth and eating it. All right. And I'm like, Dave, wake up. And he wouldn't wake up. And that coon sat there, just keep eating, because Dave got sick in his sleep and puked out that little hole of the mountain bag. And finally, Dave wakes up. And when he did, I saw his eyes from 50 feet away just bug right out. And he went into what looked like convulsions and shook that coon off of him. And he couldn't get that, because those zip right up to your face. He could not get that sleeping bag open. So now he's squirming around in a bag full of puke, scared to death that a raccoon on his chest. It was like watching a giant green worm wiggling all over the place. I won't forget it.
I knew it. I knew she'd come back like that. I knew it. It was not over yet.
and nobody's laughing. You can't picture that. That is like
I can picture it perfectly. What style do you have, Eric? Are they polyester fill intermediate sleeping bags? Are they U.S. issue? Are they down-filled mountain bags, extreme cold weather bags, hot weather bags? What you got?
oh my goodness. And why can't you just sit there? Canadians don't have a sense of humor.
This guy was always an adventure to hang out with. One time we were out in the gravel pits, probably a mile out in the pits, and we were taking the glass insulators off, not telephone lines. These were the old telegraph lines. These were real antique glass insulators. And Dave was good at climbing stuff, so he'd shimmy up these poles, unscrew the glass insulators, and toss them down to me, and we collected quite a few of those, which I also sold at the markets there, Eric. Those sold pretty good if you get the old ones. Always watch for purple and red insulators, dude. They're worth a fortune. Anyways, one time he tossed the insulators down to me, and we were done with that pole, so he was going to shimmy down that pole, and he slipped, and a sliver went in right about where his ankle starts. And this sliver, I swear to God, it was the largest sliver I've ever seen in my life. This sliver went past his knee and into his thigh. You could see this like 3/4 inch wide sliver ran all the way under his skin from his ankle all the way up into his mid thigh. All right. And when he landed,
the steak.
well, when he landed on the ground, it broke. You could see where it broke, where his knee was under his skin.
Ugh.
And I had to help him get all mile out of the gravel pits like that. He was in total misery, man. It was the worst sliver I've ever seen. They got it out. They had to do surgery and stuff, but man, this wasn't the only. He's done this. He was a danger to hang around with.
Accident prone.
Yes.
You had me worried for a minute there, Carl. I thought for sure if you say knob and tube, we're going to lose Bonnie for a week. Just saying.
Well, I had to balance it out. I had to give her a little bit of, gore to even out the laughter.
Thanks.
No, I don't know. I got a bunch of stories like that, and they just fall out sometimes, or I don't even mean to tell them. They just fall right out of my mouth.
Good, leave that one alone.
I don't have no funny stories. Well, okay, they didn't happen to me. Okay, maybe when I fell off the dam, but that wasn't funny. That was horrific. But I had this girl that lived next door to me, and it had rained, and she decided that she was going to go out and weed eat after it rained. And I said, you don't want to do that. Don't plug that weed eater in. And she did it anyway. She wouldn't listen to nothing. And she went flying off the ground about at least 3 feet. And I couldn't quit laughing. It was horrible, really. But finally, I realized unplug it. So I went and kicked it out of the wall. And listen to me after that. Ding dong. And
I didn't listen to nobody when I was young either, you know.
We weren't, okay, we were maybe a little young, but not 20s.
I'll have a new one soon, Eric. All right. I'll get the new one out to some people here soon.
But she's like that guy you were talking about. The next time I saw her, she had this gigantic scar in the top of her leg. And I said, what did you do? Her gun went off.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
I got shot in the leg. I got scar to prove it. It wasn't like a city fight or nothing, although I've been shot at other times and stuff. But me and a buddy, we used to run in the front of his barn on the top level, run into the grain bins and shoot rats. All right, that was like a chore. That was something that we did on a dang near daily basis. And you could shoot maybe 5, 6 rats before they'd get through the grain and into the basement of this barn. And then they'd run around along the roof of the top of the wall in the basement of the barn. And so you'd shoot the rats in the grain bin, hurry up and run around outside the barn down to the bottom level, and then shoot as many more rats as you could get. And we went down there, and he slipped with his .22 and shot me square right in the middle of my leg.
Oh my gosh.
We knew if we told anybody about it, we would both have been in, we wouldn't have any privileges left at all. So we kept that a secret and didn't tell nobody. And I got the lead out of my leg, and I still got a scar from it, but I got it out and it didn't bleed a lot. I knew I didn't hit nothing important. I got lucky.
Yeah, you did. That's what I was going to say. How did you hide a gunshot wound?
You get rid of the pants, all right? It's just like I had to do when I was younger. You get into an accident or something, you got to hide the evidence. Don't let them see you bleed, you know? I've told that story here before, haven't I, Bonnie? When I was 8?
I'm sorry, Uncle Bill. Do what? I just made her bark.
The first, several years of my childhood, I lived on a big farm, or a big ranch. Lots of acreage, horses, everything, and every day from school, I'd get out of the bus. I'd run out of the bus, into the front pasture, into the front of the barn, through the barn, into the hayloft, to the second story, jump out of the hayloft, run around the back of the barn, and go in the house, and that was my routine, right? I did that one day, and I jumped out of the hayloft into a pile of hay and found a 8-prong pitchfork was left there, and it stabbed me through my nads and across my ass real good. It ripped me. All right. And all I had was females in that house. I was the only male, and I wasn't letting nobody look at my nads. So I buried the pants in the back pasture and hid them, and put a bunch of bag bomb on myself and hid it successfully, and never told nobody about it until I was older.
Okay, I agree with frogs here. Apple dumpling. Raccoon eating barf and the steak in the leg and the pitchfork in the nards, and I made you barf with the I don't know.
Well, I'm sure Frog Mother Nature provides a finger bowl for the raccoon. I'm sure somewhere. I'll admit that was one. Oh boy.
All right, guys, are we ready to close this one?
You know, actually telling you all these things, I sound accident prone, or at least I was.
A little bit.
Yes, I learned. That's a good thing. I sure as hell won't jump into no hay piles without knowing what's in them.
Oh, I get it now, Apple dumpling. Sorry about that. I forgot about the raccoon and farm. Then I knew something was making it go around like a worm.
That was something I'm never gonna forget.
Picture this one. Bonnie accidentally presses the wrong button on her phone. 911. What's the nature of your emergency? Make sure you can't talk no matter what. Ma'am, calm down.
I've had that
You know,
happen.
I was gonna say, Bonnie, it sounds like we have the same similar stories coming.
I couldn't. What's the nature of an emergency? And say, well, a frog got into my apple dumpling with the lady.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, good. Oh, well.
Some 12, 13, maybe 14 years ago, Blackwatch, I had a cell phone, my first one. And about a block and a half from here, I had a shop down there. And that phone had this screen lock. It was like a little flip phone, and you could lock the screen so you couldn't push the buttons by accident, which I always did that. What I didn't know is that it could still dial 911 even when the pad was locked. So I would
Yeah.
bend down in a certain way with that in my pocket, and the cops would show up. Hey, what's going on? You got a 911 call. I'm like, what are you talking about? You got a 911 call. I didn't call 911. Well, somebody did. Well, it wasn't me. I got kind of snappy with them, and I looked at my phone and said, son of a bitch, I called 911. I didn't even know it. Well, the third fucking time this happened was in the middle of the fucking night. I'm working on my truck in my shop, and I hear this boom, 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 boom. What the fuck is this? And the cops show up. And I just, I'm pissed at this point. All right. Because they're like, we had to check up on it because we thought it might be somebody on the railroad tracks dead or something, called 911. So we had to search it out. We've searched every building until this one, Carl. I'm like, son of a bitch. Right there, I got rid of that first. That was the last day I owned that first cell phone. I got rid of that motherfucker.
We had one of the old satellite where we used to go up north to pick up cars, and the satellite phones, like the Army walkie-talkie thing. And
I remember those. I found one under a log in a wooded area that I returned to the police station once back in like 1989 or some shit,
you know,
Poor apple dumpling.
I remember there was an IT channel. We did Christmas a few years. Now I'm banned, but anyway. And I was determined it wasn't going to go with IT. It's Christmas, right? So you pull me around in there, and so we're talking about one guy. You know, he went live. There's one guy down around Sheridan, Arkansas, CP. He has CP or something. And I said, "Oh yeah, you know, Ken was out in the parking lot. You know, I got some pictures." So the guy called me on it. The creator, he says, "Yeah, I want to see some pictures." I said, "Oh, they're out being developed." So this young guy says, "No, I've never seen it developed before." You know, but the whole thing was, I said I can control his Alexa. He said, "You can control this." The guy, you know, he's in Fresno. I said, "Yeah, I can control it." Yeah, he says, "I'd like to see that." So he tells it to go to sleep. Alexa, go to sleep. So he's reading the chat, and somebody said, "Well, I used to call 911." He's reading it out loud. Then they called 911. I said, "See, it really happened. It started to call 911."
Yeah, I don't need that in my life. I hate it when people make decisions for me, man.
Yeah. But anyway, that was an interesting Christmas.
Yes, I nuked my whole chat one night. I just still don't know how I did that.
Well, Frog, I've had a few guns in my faces, and I'd probably jump that motherfucker and take my risks.
No, I don't have any machines in my house that talk to me.
Yeah, I don't want nothing smarter than me. You know what I mean? I really don't.
And what was your answer to Frog?
If somebody held a gun in my face and tried to make me do something, no, at this point, I would do my best to remove them.
Mm-hmm.
This got anything to do with bending in the shape of a U, because you'll set her off again. You know that.
Well, you know, in fact, I kind of see the human body as a series of hinges, and they only bend so far.
Yeah. Mm. For those of you who didn't pay attention in chat, there will be a test after this as to what set her off. Just warning you ahead of time. Okay.
That's always good, Blue. Got cameras all over here, too.
Mm.
Really, Frog? Really?
Yeah, I used to have a few sleepovers when I was young, and yes, they did survive, from what we can tell.
I sleep with me, myself, and I. That's it.
I don't know. You know, whenever I got together with a gal, there wasn't much sleeping.
Mm.
I don't know why they call it sleeping with somebody, because there's not usually much sleeping going on.
And most times it's not even in a bed, right?
Good
Frog,
point.
you're ridiculous. Pissing me off.
He's been at it today. I've seen him a couple places. He's just, you know, he's irritating people. He's, aren't
Yeah.
you, Frog? You're right on the edge of. Yeah.
Trying to avoid the algorithm.
Oh, I know. I try to use code words too. It's
Mm.
weird. It's almost like, I don't know. It's like I said earlier, there's got certain words I'm sure that are like a little alarm.
There's a young lady that no doubt will always be with her mother, if you get my drift. And she's not that, well, relatively young. She has a channel. She's down in Nashville. I tell you, Carl, some of the stuff going in chat, and I just like, what? First of all, it's juvenile, you know what I mean? And I'm just kind of, I guess it was there before I got there, you know, so not my, kind of makes you wonder.
I've seen that from my channel. I've seen them pick out things in the chat and on panel.
Well, you can imagine it began with what it would be, you know, the accent, Nashville, you know.
Can't remember who showed that to me, but I know I've seen it.
I don't know, whatever.
But again, it's people making choices for us in so many different ways. People are giving away their liberties at every turn.
I don't know. Yeah, but you're probably right, Carl. In a lot of cases, it's giving them away. You know, everybody says you're taking them. Sometimes you give them away. Some people do, in my opinion.
They are. Some of them are just giving it away, Black Watch.
They just. But then, as it develops out, you find out, you know, some of them have problems, definite, you know, behavioral problems. There was one the other day, and I'm just going, I don't think I'm going to stay here any longer if you tolerate, you know, this person definitely had issues, you know, that couldn't be helped, and you kind of go, what, you know. Anyway, whatever.
There's an exception to everything. Nothing seems simple. There's always another angle of everything, almost every different subject. But generally speaking, you know, that's where I try to go with it, because there's almost an exception to everything. Nothing's simple anymore, is it?
I don't know.
Clean cut, black and white, straight up, yes or no. It's hard to do.
I think this comes from technology, Carl. I think some people are paid astronomical amounts of money to come up and make the simple things sound complicated. When you look at, you know, computers and all that.
Isn't that the way it is with everything? I remember that in college with the ledgers. My accounting teacher, she was stood up there for weeks talking, and I couldn't understand a word she was saying, and kept trying to do these ledgers, and I was like, okay, I just don't get it.
Yeah.
This girl in front of me turned around and explained it to me, and I was like, that's it? And she said, yes. And I said, so from then on, I did ledgers, no problem.
What was that, musical theory or the actual instrument?
What?
And here she goes again. This is going to be a fun night.
What does ledgers have to do with music?
I don't know. But if you start breaking into chorus of "I feel pretty, oh so pretty," we're going to turn you off. That's that.
You're going to turn me off?
Lord, that's it for the night. You know what I mean?
I'm the one with the control here.
That's like music. Some lady laughing.
Motard mode.
Corporate
America. So I just go into robot mode when need be.
You should have had the job I had. You look at IBM manuals about acronyms and these great big words and everything, and then at the end of the day you go, oh, that's what you meant. I swear university graduates being paid a lot of money to make up these great big long words, you know, that sound intelligent.
Don't ask me. I never even made it past the 7th grade.
Oh, darn it. That's, I just remembered because somebody said, where did I see it? Blue, civil engineer. My niece is too. My brother was an engineer. And but my niece right now is in Germany doing the Ironman. Do you know what she has to do?
The Ironman competition, you have to do everything.
Yes, she has to ride the bike 120 miles, I think it is. And then she has to get off of it and swim 6 miles. And then she has to jump out of there and run 26 miles.
Marathon.
I could have done that when I was young and if I was being chased by cops.
I think she's about 30, I think. But so my brother told me to get the Ironman app so I could keep track of her as she goes, but I can't get it to work. I got the app, but it's not letting me look her up to
Try
see.
reloading the app.
Any error messages, or it just doesn't work? Oops.
There's, see, it says Ironman athlete tracking. And I go to that and it pulls up this. Okay, well, it might have instructions here. No, it doesn't.
What is this, like a GPS run thing where you can kind of track her through the course?
I guess so. Something.
And what you're getting now, bus 103 is moving through your town in about 20 minutes, and that's all you're getting? Nothing about it? I don't know.
I just get real-time athlete tracking, and it just talks of more than 200 events across 50 countries. I know she's going to do one in Turkey too, but that's all it says. That's it.
Who wrote this thing? The organizers? They put this app out?
I don't know. And it says recently ended. Nice. I missed it. Doesn't matter anyway. Oh well.
What did you miss?
Her tracking.
Hmm.
My brother will let me know. He's
Right,
there.
active during or something.
Do what?
Only active during the competition.
Yeah. Kiss off.
Right at the bottom of the app, there should be small print. It says 2024 copyright through Frog Pied Entertainment. Trash the thing. It doesn't matter. I don't know. Could be anything wrong with it, Bonnie. Anything.
I don't know. You ready to close this up?
Oh, no.
Oh,
Could giggle for another hour.
only if you are. Only if you are.
I mean, we're here all week, Bonnie.
I ain't got to work tomorrow. This is the first time I haven't had to work tomorrow in a while.
Mm.
Oh, that's right. I'm going to be gone. Well, I might
You
go live.
tomorrow.
Might go live on the road. Take y'all with me. Do a road trip.
Yeah, I'd like to do that too.
I always like whenever somebody's going on a road trip,
I know a couple beaches, one of them in particular on Lake Michigan up north, that I can get out there with my truck. Nobody messes with me. I've had giant bonfires, set my tent right up, right on the beach, have it completely to myself for like a week at a time, not see anybody. Nobody messes with me at all. It's a nice place to be.
Yeah.
I'd like to do that on a live.
Well, I think I'm going to be going to some major places. I know I'm going through Waco, Tyler.
Ted Nugent's got a ranch somewhere there in Waco.
Who? Ted Nugent?
Yep.
Yeah.
I always thought Americans spoke phonetically. Wouldn't that be wacko? I'm going to wacko. Waco, wacko, Waco.
Take off, eh?
Take off, eh? Bob and Ken McKenzie. Bob and Dave McKenzie. Heck, I hope they made some money out of that skit.
All right. I have one more song.
Thanks for having me up here, Bonnie. It was always fun.
That's fun.
Best part's hearing you laugh.
Thank you for being here. I needed that. It's, yep. Gotta have laughter.
I see y'all somewhere soon.
Yeah. No, we could do, Carl. She lets us clip it. Just clip out that, 30 or 40 seconds. And whenever she needs it, replay it. Whatever it was, because I still don't know.
I still don't know either.
Yeah.
There was a
Here you go. So I will sit here and be quiet. Play your music.
all right. Here we go.
Here we go.
This one gets to me every time, so it's a good one to end with, because it'll probably change us from laughing. Lou, are you better? Are you blocked? You're enjoying and chilling. Oh, thank you. Kiss up, are you blocking everybody? What's going on? I don't know what y'all are up to. Don't block anybody. All right. Y'all just talk among yourselves. I'm going to share this song. Let me see where it's at so I can. Yep, there it is. God bless you too, Victor. Much love. Good to see you. Y'all remember to say a little prayer tomorrow for the fallen and for the families of the fallen. Families, friends, brothers in arms, all of them. Anytime, Blue. Have a blessed night. Here we go.
Days past 18, he was waiting for the bus in his army green. Sat down in a cafe there, gave his Would you mind sitting down for a while and talking to me and feeling a little low? She said, I'm off in an hour and I know where we can go. So they went down and they sat on the pier. He said, I bet you got a boyfriend, but I don't care. I got no one to send a letter to. Would you mind if I sent one back here to you? I cry, never gonna hold the hand of another guy too young for him. They told her, waiting for the love of a traveling soldier. Our love will never end, waiting for the soldier to come back again. Never more to be alone. When the letter said, the soldier's coming home. So the letters came from an army camp in California, then Vietnam, and he told her of his heart might be love and all of the things he was so scared of. He said, when it's getting kind of rough over here, I think of that day sitting down at the pier, and I close my eyes and see your pretty smile. Don't worry, but I won't be able to write for a while. I cry, never gonna hold the hand of another guy too young for him. They told her, waiting for the love of a traveling soldier. Our love will never end, waiting for the soldier to come back again. Never more to be alone. When the letter said, the soldier's coming home. One Friday night at a football game, the Lord's Prayer said and the anthem sang. A man said, folks, would you bow your heads for the list of local Vietnam dead? Crying all alone under the stand was the piccolo player and the marching band, and one named Red. Nobody really cared but a pretty little girl with a bow in her hair. I cry, never gonna hold the hand of another guy too young. Then they told her, waiting for the love of a traveling soldier. Our love will never end, waiting for the soldier to come back again. Never more to be alone. When the letter said, the soldier's coming, I cry, never gonna hold the hand of another guy too young. Him they told her, waiting for the love of a traveling soldier. Our love will never end, waiting for the soldier to come back again. Never more to be alone. When the letter said, the soldier's coming home.
God bless our fallen heroes, and may we never let a day go by where we don't thank them for their service and their ultimate sacrifice. What a great country we're blessed to live in. Y'all have a great Monday. God bless.
Good night, everyone. God bless.